If you're tuning in right now, hello and happy Easter. I just am waiting to see if my stream actually goes to YouTube here. I tried to do a stream scheduling and I really don't know how to match it with the oh shit, see now there's two of them. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully it's in the right place. All right, well that one's live. Someone gave me a super chat in the other stream. YouTube's really weird. No, it's not made for kids. That sucks. Save. See, now I gotta go back and tell them. Hey, y'all. I am live now. You might have to click Pro. New video. All right. Oh shit. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe I can't use Restream IO to do a scheduled stream. Not now. Wow, yikes. What a nightmare. Okay. Okay. Everyone. Whatever. I'm just going to have to work with what it's given me. I'm going to be talking about the Andrew Huberman New York Magazine. I wanted to call it an op-ed, but it's basically an expose article. So we're going to run through that. And then we also have an update from Ben Hart, who's the breakdancing old guy whose daughter said he was a terrible father, but then he came out and discussed what a nightmare his divorce experience was. And he made a video last week that basically detailed his whole experience, being late on some payments he owed to his ex-wife, and that the judge sent him to jail. And this was something that, his kids never knew about, so it was kind of a reveal for them too. And then we got just an article about Michael B. Jordan struggling to find love. I actually first saw that on Coach Greg Adams' live stream, but I thought it was an interesting story, so we'll go over it. Hopefully we can get some folks in here. I'm just having trouble with the YouTube right now, which kind of sucks. And I just hope that the folks on the other channel are able to see that, but let's see. I'm just going to give it a few minutes and see if anybody comes in. So if that happens, then we can get the show started. I don't want to get it started with nobody watching. So if you're watching after the fact, I would just skip forward maybe 20 minutes. Yo, Klaus. Great to see you, man. Yeah. I tried to put a scheduling thing so people could see it, but it's weird when I go back into it and then I hit stream. YouTube starts a new stream for me. So I have one upcoming stream, which I'm trying to get rid of. and then I have my actual live stream now. It's my first time doing this, so I am trying to get better at it, but I'm going to see if I can get rid of that one right now, and then so people don't get confused. So I should be able to just trash this. Yikes. Klaus, what country are you in, by the way? I couldn't remember. I don't know if you shared that with us last time. Yeah, so we'll pause. Damn, yeah, they really do not make this easy on YouTube Studio. I even watched a video on how to do this. I'm just going to mess with it for a little bit more. If I can't mess with it, then I'm just going to have to call it a day on it. See, it's like you can edit more actions. Oh my God. Delete forever. Finally. Yes, I understand it will be permanently deleted. Trevor came in and left a super chat for $2, but he says it's 3 a.m. where he's at, so he left a super chat earlier. But I did want to formally thank him, even though he's probably not watching right now. While you wait, you can leave this screen. Okay, so I think that we should be good as far as this is concerned, so I don't ever have to worry about this again. I'm from Germany, but I'm interested in the U.S. too. Awesome. That's pretty cool, man. I'm glad to be able to talk to somebody from Germany. When I think about Germany in my mind, I always think about good things. I always think about German engineering. And I feel like any product I ever seen that said made in Germany was a quality product. And I think that's something to be proud of, Klaus, to have that kind of reputation. Another thing, I'm a little stuffed up. I was almost going to wear sunglasses today because my eye was kind of messing with me, and I was like, I don't want to be one of those guys that wears sunglasses while he streams or makes videos, but it was the quick solution to a possible infected eye, which magically went away. So I'm okay there. So that worked out. Let me just test my sound effects. Sound effects are not working. Okay, that sucks. Okay, that sucks. Nope, let me just start this program again. See, this is the stuff I got to get worked out, so in the future when I stream, I will be good to go. Oh shit. What the hell is this? Oh. I realize what I got to do. Sound settings. Headphones. Properties. Just input. Shit, it seems right. I don't know why the sound effects aren't working. Another problem. Let's see. I'll see if I can get it one more time. Nope. That's too damn bad. Yeah, I could see it working on here. It's just not feeding in. Well, that sucks. We're probably not going to have sound effects for this stream. But Klaus, are you a Andrew Huberman fan by chance? I don't know if you've seen his stuff. He's kind of like a health guru at this point. Let me try something. I'm going to just try playing a YouTube video to see if I can even feed sound in here, because I might got bigger problems. Oh, yep, works fine. All right. Well, the hell with it. Now, I have a kind of a big ass article to read, and it's going to be a lot. I'm going to try not to make it boring, but this is Huberman, Andrew Huberman, and he's got a huge channel on YouTube. Let's see how many followers he's got. But he's grown massively, and he's the guy that has all the protocols and all these amazing health tips. Like, he's got 5 million subscribers on YouTube, and he grew pretty rapidly, and he's like a very impressive guy. You know what I mean? And what they recently did, this is from New York Magazine, is they made basically like a kind of exposed article on him, kind of busting him out because he was actually apparently going out with 6 women at once, and they all thought that they were in a monogamous relationship with them, but he was actually just dating like 6 chicks. So basically this guy's like a very successful guy, and it's kind of funny because a bunch of his girlfriends, ostensibly maybe not his girlfriends anymore, all came out, and they all banded together to be like, this guy is a jackass because, you know, he was lying to us. But I don't know. I'm kind of reading the story differently, and I'm just like, yeah, a very rich, successful guy is going out with a bunch of chicks. I mean, what's the news here? But I think just reading the article kind of shows a bit how, I don't know, like there's just a kind of double speak in it that I think is worth pointing out. So that's going to be what we go over. The next thing I'm going to go over is, well, this will be the last thing. Second thing I'm going to go over is this guy, and it's Michael B. Jordan. So I actually got Michael B. Jordan on my shelf right here. That's Michael B. Jordan. He was Killmonger on, let's see if I can get this to focus. He was Killmonger on Black Panther, and he was voted sexiest man alive. Apparently, I don't know what publication said that, but you know, I believe it. And he's come out, and he's just basically, he says he wants a family, but like he's having trouble getting a relationship and all this stuff. And I'm just like, damn, if this guy's having trouble, then we got serious problems, you know. All right. All right. Oh. Okay. Oh yeah, and then this is the last guy. So this guy right here, his name's Ben Hart. He's an older guy. And what happened to him is his daughter came out and made this video on TikTok that got viral, basically saying that like her dad was a deadbeat. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, didn't want to help out. And then this guy came out and made a video responding to his daughter that went like super viral. And he's just explaining that he used to pay like thousands of dollars a month in child support. He lived a mile away, but the mom never let, you know, like the mom was just causing problems to where like it made a relationship with the kids that much harder. And it's been going back and forth for a while, and he tried to be like really nice about it and not like embarrass the family too much. But then his daughter keeps coming out and just saying like, no, dad's lying, dad's a deadbeat. So he came out again, and he explained how like there was a period of time where this judge right here actually sent him to jail, and it's kind of a harrowing story. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. And I want to actually do that second. We'll do that after Andrew. Because then we're going to, wait a minute. Nah. Well, we'll do Michael B. Jordan after, because these guys kind of not marrying and settling down is going to be explained by this guy who did it and why it was such a problem. That's kind of like my plan for the stream. So anyways, I think we're probably limited on who's coming in here and who isn't. I might as well just go for it. What I am looking for though is where my YouTube studio thing is. I need that. I need to be able to see that. Oh, here we go. All right, cool. Oh, and then I have a new phone attachment for uh, my cell phone, and I created a phone number, which I'm eventually going to put right here. So you're going to be able to see that here, basically. And I don't know if we have viewers, then like they can call in, and if people got any stories that they want to share, especially as regards this kind of stuff, then people can call into the line. So we'll see if that works or not. It sucks though, because I know you're in Klaus, if you're watching, you're in Australia, so I'm not sure if that's gonna work, but for you, but whatever. You know, if people call in, they call. If they don't, they don't. All right. I'm gonna try doing this in the least boringest way possible, but there we go. I kind of want to just go down and start reading this, you know, kind of word for word, which might, it's not very pretty on the screen, so I'll probably switch back and forth to this, so it's not visually horrible. Let's see. You know what? This can go up here. Yep. This could go here. Oh, one thing I didn't check is if I'm on live on Twitter. I think I am. I got so many tabs open, it's not even funny. Oh, shit. There we go. Okay. Okay, I think there's a live chat on this test. All right, we're good to go. I'm just going to start reading now. Okay. Okay. All right, so Andrew Huberman's mechanisms of control. Okay, so they're saying Andrew Huberman is a controlling guy, and you know, he lied to all these ladies, and possibly, even though his team denies it, possibly gave one of them HPV. The private and public seductions of the world's biggest pop neuroscientist. I might skip through some of this too if it gets kind of boring, but you know, whatever. For the past 3 years, one of the biggest podcasters on the planet has told a story to millions of listeners across half a dozen shows. There was a little boy, and the boy's family was happy until one day the boy's family fell apart. The boy was sent away. He foundered, he found therapy, he found science, he found exercise, he became strong. Today, Andrew Huberman is a stiff-jacked 48-year-old associate professor of neurology and ophthalmology at the Stanford University School of Medicine. He is given to delivering 3-hour lectures on subjects such as the health of our dopaminergic neurons. His podcast is revelatory largely because it does not condescend, which has not been the way of public health information in our time. He does not give the impression of someone diluting science to universally applicable sound bites for the slobbering masses. Dopamine is vomited out into the synapse, or it's released, you know, some sciencey stuff. But yeah, so this article is going to basically say, yeah, this guy came from a household that was sad, and he's just taking it out on women, and his science is not actually as reliable as we all think it is. If you're watching out there, hit the like button. Hit the like button. That's going to help. It's going to help get more people in here. Millions of people feel compelled to hear him draw distinctions between neuromodulators and classical neurotransmitters. Okay, so this is a bunch of intro. Let's see. When he was 14, his father was gone. His mother was totally checked out. He was forced around age 14 to endure a month of youth detention, a situation that was not a jail, but harrowing in its own right. And I think his parents actually both worked for Stanford themselves. So he ended up becoming a Stanford professor, which is good. But, apparently he had a broken family life, and this had a problem, but it didn't stop him from getting into Stanford and all these things. The thing that really saved me, Huberman tells Peter Attia, was this therapy thing. I was like, oh shit, I do have to choke back a little bit here. It's a crazy thing to have somebody say. Listen, like, to give you the confidence, we're going to figure this out. We're going to figure this out. There's something very powerful about that. So this is his journey. Then he devoted himself to therapy and science and ended up as a tenured, professor at Stanford with his own lab, severing optic nerves in mice. Huberman has been in therapy since high school. Let's see. Okay, so some of Andrew's earliest Instagram posts are of his lab. We see smiling undergraduates, slicing, staining, and prepping brains, and a wall of frame science publications in which Huberman authored papers appear. Andrew began posting straightforward educational videos on Instagram. Sometimes he would talk over a simple anatomical sketch. Then he grew up really, he blasted off, and he ended up on like Joe Rogan podcast, Lex Friedman, all this stuff. So now let's get into his love life, because that's what this all happens to be about. Also, I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. I think I should be. By then, he was a fluid, engaging conversationalist, rich with insight and informed advice in a year of death and disease. When many felt a sense of agency slipping away, Huberman had a gentle plan. The subtext was always the same. He may live in chaos, but there are mechanisms of control. By then, he had a partner, Sarah. Sound quality's fine. Awesome. Thanks, Klaus. I appreciate you giving me feedback on that. Sadly, I could not get the sound effects to work, but, the hell with that. And I hate messing with stuff midstream. It ain't worth it. By then, he had a partner, Sarah, which is not her real name. Sarah was someone who could talk to anyone about anything. She was dewy and strong and in her mid-40s. So mid-40s is like, yo, Mr. Pitt, I'm glad you're in here. I had trouble. I tried to, I scheduled the stream, and then it created like a stream thing in YouTube, and I was like, okay, as soon as I start streaming, it'll go to that same page, but it didn't. It created a new one. So I'm sorry if you were in there for a bit. Also, happy Easter. I saw that you said that. And I also saw that iTrevor did a super chat of $2, also wishing me a happy Easter. So all you folks out there who are celebrating Easter today, I hope it's been amazing. I do understand that there are probably a lot of folks in church right now or with their families and all that. So, maybe this wasn't the best time to stream, but, I figured today's my day off, and I got to just do it. So, okay. So we're talking about Andrew Huberman. Now, just getting into it, his partner is in her mid-40s, right? So that could be anywhere from like 43 to 47. You know what I'm saying? And I think Andrew Huberman is maybe significantly younger or about the same age. Huberman age. Oh, he's 48. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So they're about match. Good for him. Okay. Though she looked a decade younger. All right. So that's how you're going to know what this is about. My bad. Please forgive my nose today. I'll try to be as least annoying with it as possible. It's been a tough weekend for me. I wanted to stream yesterday, but I was very I felt kind of sick. Okay, so but she looks a decade younger with 2 small kids, and she's got 2 kids. All right, so we got Andrew Huberman over here who doesn't have any kids. Okay, and then we got his girlfriend. So this is when he's on the come up. He's still at Stanford. He's still already a Stanford lab professor guy, so it's not like he's unsuccessful. He's living in the Bay Area, California, and he's going out with this woman Sarah, who's a mom of 2 kids. And mid-40s. So that's the scene here, okay? And remember, this article is going to be about him dating multiple women at once. She had old friends who adored her and no trouble making new ones. She came across as scattered in the way she jumped readily from topic to topic in conversation, losing the thread before returning to it. But she was in fact extremely organized. She was a woman who kept track of things. She was an entrepreneur who could organize a meeting, a skill she would need later for reasons she could not possibly have predicted. When I asked her a question in her home recently, she said the answer would be an old phone. She stood up, left for a moment, and returned with the box labeled old phones. That is very organized. My God. Okay. Sarah's relationship with Andrew began in February 2018 in the Bay Area, where they both lived. He messaged her on Instagram and said he owned a home in Piedmont, a wealthy city separate from Oakland. That turned out not to be precisely true. He lived off Piedmont Avenue, which was in Oakland. He was courtly and a bit formal. So he was fronting a little bit, okay. It's expensive out there. He was courtly and a bit formal, as he would later be on the podcast. In July in her garden, Sarah says she asked to clarify the depth of their relationship. They decided, she says, to be exclusive. Okay, so she believed they were in an exclusive relationship. And what Andrew did here that pissed everybody off is, he basically, there were a lot of women who thought that they were exclusive with them, and it turned out that was not the case. Okay. Both had devoted their lives to healthy living, exercise, good food, good information. They cared immoderately about what went into their bodies. Andrew could command a room and clearly took pleasure in doing so. He was busy and handsome, healthy and extremely ambitious. He gave the impression of working on himself. Throughout their relationship, he would talk about repair and healthy merging. There's like many times in this article where you can kind of see what game he's using on women. And I'm like, man, that's genius. Like anytime a problem ever came up, he had like this language that he would just immediately throw at it, like repair and healthy merging. I'm like, oh, that's genius. Like that would make any problem with the woman just kind of instantly go away if you started talking to him like that. He was devoted to his bull mastiff, Costello. Whom he worried over constantly, was Costello comfortable sleeping properly? Andrew liked to dote on the dog, she says, and he liked to be doted on by Sarah. I was never sitting around him, she says. She cooked for him and felt glad when he relished what she had made. Sarah was willing to have unprotected sex because she believed they were monogamous. So here's where a possible lawsuit could come in. Mr. Pitt says, my boy Andrew is out here selling the dream to these girls like fresh. That's exactly what he was doing. What we're going to find out is that there was like 6 women. But basically what we find out is that Andrew Huberman is basically a red-pilled guy. You know what I mean? And it's just, he was going out with 6 strong and independent women, and they all were disappointed in the end. But I'm not. I think on one hand, I'm a little conflicted in the sense, like, if you're lying about being monogamous with someone, the unprotected sex, that is a scary thing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's just also the world we live in, and it's just like relationships are in the toilet. Like, of course, this dude's got 6 girlfriends. I mean, I don't know. Of course, I'm not surprised. And another crazy thing is like, he was able to keep 6 women happy at once. And I was thinking about this, the way you keep multiple women happy at once is by always pursuing multiple women, like other women. And when you're constantly doing that, all the women that are behind you just start chasing you. And there's just this weird thing about how that goes. Okay. You know what's so funny? It's not even just him selling the dream, because she's trying to sell the dream to him. She cooked for him and felt glad when he relished what she had made. Like, I hate to say it, but when I hear stuff like that or language like that, especially come out of women, I immediately am skeptical of that, because to me, that's them trying to present themselves as traditional. But I don't know, mid-40s, has their own business, has 2 kids from a prior relationship. I don't even know if that was a marriage, but it ended with that guy. So just because she's cooking for Andrew doesn't mean Andrew needs to sit here and be like, you're the one. But he almost did, though. He almost did. Okay. On Thanksgiving in 2018, Sarah planned to introduce Andrew to her parents. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's getting serious now. She was cooking. Andrew repeatedly texted to say he would be late, then later. According to a friend, he was just, oh yeah, I'll be there. Oh, I'm going to be running hours late. And then, of course, all of these things were planned around his arrival. And he just kept going. Oh, I'm going to be late. And then it's the end of the night. And he's like, oh, I'm so sorry this has happened. Oh, that's hilarious. So she was going to introduce... So 45-year-old Sarah with her 2 kids was getting introduced to Stanford professor legend to her parents on Thanksgiving as her possible, I don't know, soon to be betrothed, quite possibly, if this kept going well. And then he was just late. It was like, yeah, no, thank you. We don't need to walk this far down the relationship rabbit hole. Huberman disappearing was something of a pattern. Friends, girlfriends, and colleagues describe him as hard to reach. The list of reasons for not showing up included a book, time-stamping the podcast, Costello, who's his dog, wildfires, and a meetings tunnel. Meetings tunnel sounds like a hilarious word. I can see myself using that. I got caught in a meetings tunnel. It was just meeting after meeting. He is flaky and doesn't respond to things, says his friend Brian McKenzie, a health influencer who has collaborated with him on breathing protocols. And if you can't handle that, Andrew definitely is not somebody you want to be close to. I mean, I don't want to use the word high value man, but this sounds like how high value is sold, at least as far as Manosphere talking points goes, right? He's just so busy pursuing his path of purpose that he couldn't make it to Thanksgiving to meet, his girlfriend's parents. And it's just like that sometimes. If you can't handle that, Andrew definitely is not somebody you want to be close to. He in some ways disappeared, says David Spiegel, a Stanford psychiatrist who calls Andrew prodigiously smart and intensely engaging. I mean, I recently got a really nice email from him, which I was touched by. I really was. In 2018, before he was famous, Huberman invited a Colorado-based investigative journalist and anthropologist, Scott Carney, to his home in Oakland for a few days. The two would go camping and discuss their mutual interest in actionable science. It had been Huberman, a fan of Carney's book, What Doesn't Kill Us, who initially reached out, and the two became friendly over phone and email. Huberman confirmed Carney's list of camping gear, sleeping bag, bug spray, boots. When Carney got there, the two did not go camping. Huberman simply disappeared for most of a day. For a day and a half, while Carney stayed home with Costello, he puttered around Huberman's place, buying a juice, walking through the neighborhood, waiting for him to return. It was extremely weird, says Carney. Huberman texted from elsewhere, saying he was busy working on a grant. A spokesperson from Huberman says he clearly communicated to Carney that he went to work. Eventually, instead of camping, the two went on a few short hikes. That's hilarious. And that is messed up. I mean, that's messed up. If I invited somebody over and they flew out, and then I left them at my house for a day and a half, that sounds like a nightmare I would have. I have dreams where it's there's something I need to do, but obstacles keep getting in the way of that thing that I need to do. And that sounds like a real life version of me. Oh my God, this guest who's an established academic is at my house and I need to make sure I go, be a good host, but oh my God, my car is not starting or this or that. And but not for Andrew, apparently. One second. Even when physically present, Andrew can be hard to track. I don't have total fidelity to who Andrew is, says his friend Patrick Dossett. There's always a little unknown there. See, this is key. This is going to be key right here. There's always a little unknown there. I feel like anybody from Robert Greene, who wrote 48 Laws of Power, to standard pickup artist stuff or Manosphere talking points, is going to rely on having a little bit of mystery to yourself in order for, people to want to pursue you in that way. He describes Andrew as an amazing thought partner with almost total recall. Such a memory that one feels the need to watch what one says. A stray comment could surface 3 years later, and yet at other times you're like, all right, I'm saying words and he's nodding or he is responding, but I can tell something I said sent him down a path that he's continuing to have internal dialogue about. And I need to wait for him to come back. Andrew Huberman declined to be interviewed for this story. Shit, I don't blame him. I mean, I wouldn't want to talk to this rag of a newspaper either. I mean, they're making a hit piece on him. He knows it. Huberman says he did not become, through a spokesperson, Huberman says he did not become exclusive with Sarah until late 2021. Uh-oh. Okay, so... Man, that's hilarious right there. So, according to him, they weren't exclusive for a while, and that he was not doted on. And I believe, you know what? I believe this. I believe this when he says that. I don't know why, because it's just like, you know, women are always trying to sell themselves as traditional, and what they'll do is like they will make like 1 or 2 meals for you or fold your laundry once. And now you're expected to like sign the state contract for them and like want to be a provider. And, you know, for a guy like me, that's unfortunately just not good enough. You know, especially if you're, I mean, this Andrew Huberman guy is 48. Seems like, I don't think he has any kids. Let me see if I can get a confirmation on that. Children? He doesn't have kids. See? And it's just like, this guy has probably not been married. Let's see if he was ever married. Previously declared that he is not married. So I don't even think he's ever been marital status, unmarried, no kids. Okay, so the reason I'm harping on that is because he's never been married, doesn't have kids. So you know this guy has been cooking for himself his entire life. He's been doing his laundry for himself probably his entire, I mean, aside from when he was a kid and with his parents, you know what I mean? But this guy's been taking care of himself, living by himself for his entire life. And most men nowadays, especially as you're getting married and later, even when I think about myself anecdotally, it's like I cook my own food. I do my own laundry and do all the stuff I got to do for myself. At a certain point, a woman selling herself to me on the basis of, hey, I'll do your laundry and I'll make you food I just can't bring myself to care about that. Andrew Huberman declined. Okay, yeah, so that he was not doted on. That tasks between him and Sarah were shared based on mutual agreement and proficiency. I love the way this guy talks. You know, I don't even really listen to his podcast, but this article made me like a fan of his, which is crazy. It just worked backwards in that way for me. It was supposed to be an exposure. If you actually look at his subscriber count, since this article came up, he's been getting more subscribers per day than usual. So that's kind of funny. That their Thanksgiving plans were tentative. Okay. And that he maintains a very busy schedule and shows up to the vast majority of his commitments. So Mr. Pitt, I mean, you're kind of right here. See, like, I don't even know if he was selling the dream so much in as much as he just gave enough blank canvas to his partner, whoever he was going out with, to believe and start painting a vision of their own onto him that they fell in love with, which he is not exactly responsible for, because I mean it's his word against hers, you know what I mean? And that's what we're seeing. Guys, if you're out there, please hit the like button if you can, just to hopefully get the algorithm to pick this up. Okay, so the plans for Thanksgiving were tentative, and that he maintains a very busy schedule and shows up to the vast majority of his commitments. And you got to think, this guy is 48, he's never been married, has no kids. And then this woman, Sarah's mid-40s, has 2 kids, and she's trying to go down this, like, hey, meet my parents, and trying to lock them down. I mean, this you know, lab Stanford professor podcast dude that's, like, becoming very successful. In the fall of 2020, Huberman sold his home in Oakland and rented one in Topanga, a wooded canyon enclave contiguous with Los Angeles. When he came back to Stanford, he stayed with Sarah, and when he was in Topanga, Sarah was often with him. Okay, so he started becoming a baller. He moved out to SoCal, got a nice house near Los Angeles. That's amazing. When they fought, it was, she says, typically because Andrew would fixate on her past choices. Uh-oh. Okay, so here's another thing Red Pill talks about, right? You know, because I don't know if he's a Red Pill guy or whatever, you know what I mean? But it's just like, there's just these little pieces in this story that seem to really align with Red Pill talking points. So she's trying to get him into a relationship. He's being reluctant. You know, he's probably feeling her a little bit. I'm sure she's an attractive woman, even at mid-40s. You know what I mean? Like, people can still be attractive, especially if they take care of themselves. But he's looking at this, and he's just like, 2 kids. The men she had been with before him, the 2 children she had had with another man. See? Okay. I think this article, the woman writing this article probably believes that by writing that, it's making him look like a bad person for fixating on those things. But I read that and I'm like, yeah, that's just a sane person right there, you know. I experienced his rage. Uh-oh. Okay, so here's gonna come, you know, like there was emotional abuse. You know what I mean? Sarah recalls, as 2 or 3 days of yelling in a row, when he was in this state, he would go on until 11 or 12 at night and sometimes start again at 2 or 3 in the morning. I got a feeling that, you know, Andrew's version of events here is going to be a little different than, you know, how she's selling it. You know what I mean? So, but whatever, you know, we gotta give benefit of the doubt. Okay. The relationship struck Sarah's friends as odd. At one point, Sarah said, I just want to be with my kids and cook for my man. Oh, see, and this is the thing that doesn't make sense with her entrepreneurial spirit. I was like, who says that? Says a close friend. I mean, I've known her for 30 years. She's a powerful, decisive, strong woman. So this is her friend describing her. So this Sarah woman, not her real name, mid-40s, 2 kids, going out with Andrew. She's trying to lock it down, and she's just like, I just want to be with my kids and cook for my man. Why won't he commit to me? And in the prior paragraph, I mean, we see it's because she has a past, and Andrew Huberman's not feeling that. I'm sure he saw a lot of his buddies get, you know, screwed over, which we're going to see later when we watch this video here with this gentleman, Ben Hart. Okay. And then we got her close friend literally describing her as, you know, the typical feminist. You know what I mean? She's 45. She's divorced. This person's known her for 30 years. She's a powerful, decisive, strong woman. We grew up in this very feminist community. That's not a thing either of us would say. So this woman is conditioned at this point. And I'm sure somewhere in this relationship, Andrew Huberman picked up on these cues and was like, hell no, I'm not going to meet your parents. I'm not going to get married to you. You know what I mean? Because this is the formula for a bait and switch situation right here. The powerful, decisive, strong woman, the feminist woman, all of her feminist friends are going to be coming out later to screw over Andrew Huberman while he's, you know, finally becoming rich in his life with this podcast that he's created. So, you know, but hey, that's the woman side of the story right there. Okay. That's not a thing either of us would ever say. Man, see, this is the part when I'm reading the article and I'm just like, oh, like this is weirding me out. You know what I'm saying? Another friend found him stressful to be around. I try to be open-minded, she said of the relationship. I don't want to be the most negative, non-supportive friend just because of my personal observations and disgust over somebody. Okay, so she basically felt disgusted by Andrew Huberman. And even though none of the quote-unquote cheating was known about at this point, her friend still felt disgusted by him, just by her personal observations. But she didn't tell her friend about any of this, allegedly. When they were together, he was buzzing, anxious. He's like, oh, my dog needs his blanket this way. And I'm like, your dog is just laying there and super cozy. Why are you being weird about the blanket? Sarah was not the only person who experienced the extent of Andrew's anger. In 2019, see, they're trying to paint him as this angry guy. Because when you watch the Andrew Huberman podcast, I've seen some of his clips. You know, I'm not like a dedicated subscriber, but he comes off as like very calm, to the point, logical. You wouldn't imagine him as an abusive person. Now, that doesn't, you know, typically people's public persona is the opposite of what they're like in private. But if this guy is going to be that on in public, then, you know, in private, he has to let off some of that steam. I'm not saying that he should be yelling at her or not, but all I'm saying is he's probably going to be a little weird in one way or another. Sarah was not the only person who experienced the extent of Andrew's anger. In 2019, Carney sent Huberman materials from his then forthcoming book, The Wedge, in which Huberman appears. He asked Huberman to confirm the parts in which he was mentioned. For months, Huberman did not respond. See, that's a problem right there. I would not like that, you know. But, you know, there you go. Carney sent a follow-up email. If Huberman did not respond, he would assume everything was accurate. In 2020, after months of saying he was too busy to review the materials, Huberman called him, and Carney says came at him in a rage. I've never had a source I thought was friendly go bananas, says Carney. Screaming, Huberman threatened to sue and accuse Carney of violating Navy OPSEC. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like some kind of brotherhood code. You know, like maybe you're a Navy guy, and it sounds like just talking about things you shouldn't be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Navy OPSEC slang meaning. Let's see what we get here. Operational security. Is a proactive approach from protecting businesses. Okay, let's see what that means. It's probably like giving out like business secrets or something like that. Protecting businesses from threats. The differentiator of this strategy is that it asks security professionals to look from the outside in. Well, whatever. I mean, he used Navy OPSEC in a way that's interesting. Okay. It had become by then one of the most perplexing relationships of Carney's life. That year, Carney agreed to Huberman's invitation to swim with sharks off an island of Mexico. Damn, I don't know about that idea. First, Carney would have to spend a month of his summer getting certified in Denver. He did at considerable expense. Huberman then canceled the trip a day before they were set to leave. I think Huberman likes building up people's expectations, says Carney. And then he actually enjoys the opportunity to pull the rug out from under you. Man, that's messed up if he was doing that to his buddies. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's this guy's word against his. But I believe he probably did stuff like that. I've known people like that in my life who would do that kind of stuff. After a while, I mean, yeah, you can't hang out with somebody like that. In January 2021, Huberman launched his own podcast. Its reputation would be directly tied to his role as teacher and scientist. I'd like to emphasize, okay, so it appears 2021 is when he did go exclusive with Sarah, because he did say that earlier part in the article. So I think they were supposed to be exclusive at this point. So the cheating, did happen. I mean, it looks like. Its reputation would be directly tied to his role as teacher and scientist. I'd like to emphasize that this podcast, he would say every episode, with its particular combination of formality and discursiveness, is separate from my teaching and research roles at Stanford. It is, however, part of my desire and effort to bring zero cost to consumer information about science and science-related tools to the general public. I remember feeling quite lonely and making some efforts to repair that, Huberman would say on an episode of 2024. Loneliness, his interviewee said, is a need state. In 2021, the country was in the later stages of a need state, bored, alone, powerless. This was COVID time. Huberman offered not only hours of educative listening, but a plan to structure your day. A plan for waking, for eating, for exercising, for sleep. At a time when life had shifted to screens, he brought people back to their corporeal selves. He advised a physiological sigh, 2 short breaths in and a long one out, to reduce stress. He pulled countless people from their laptops and put them in rhythm with the sun. Thank you for all you do to better humanity. Read comments on YouTube. You may have just saved my life, man. If Andrew were science teacher for everyone in the world, someone wrote, no one would have missed even a single class. Asked by Time last year for his definition of fun, Huberman said, I learn and I like to exercise. Among his most famous episodes is one in which he declares moderate drinking decidedly unhealthy. As Mackenzie puts it, I don't think anybody or anything, including prohibition, has ever made more people think about alcohol than Andrew Huberman. While he claims repeatedly that he doesn't want to demonize alcohol, he fails to mask his obvious disapproval of anyone who consumes it. Okay, so that's just, he discusses constraint, even enjoy, because a dopamine spike is invariably followed by a drop below baseline. He explains how even a small pleasure, like a cup of coffee before every workout, reduces the capacity to release dopamine. Huberman frequently refers to the importance of social contact and peace, contentment, and delight, always mentioned as a triad. In August 2021, Sarah says she read Andrew's journal. Well, that seems, and discovered a reference to cheating. You know, one thing that used to get annoying to me is, like, and I remember like a few years past, like I would read like Reddit posts, you know, and I meant, especially like 5 years ago, like if you're on like the relationship subreddit and a guy went on there and just like, I discovered my wife cheating because I looked through her phone. The entire like subreddit's commenters would come in and be like, oh my God. They wouldn't even care about the cheating. They'd be like, how could you violate your partner's privacy like that? You know, like you deserve to be cheated on. And then here I am reading something like this here, and it's like she had no problem reading his journal, you know. Okay, but yeah, she discovered a reference to cheating. So the cheating was happening. Nobody's surprised at this point. You know, he didn't want to meet her parents. She had every right to leave him. There were probably so many different moments where it was just obvious that, you know, she should leave him, but she didn't. You know, she continued to make this decision. You know what I mean? So at a certain point, I mean, she can only blame herself for not doing that. So I mean, that's just being honest about it. Okay. She says, gutted. Okay, so here's the heartbreak. I hear you are saying you are angry and hurt. He texted her the same day. I will hear you as much as long as needed for us. See, that's another like perfect response right there. And I could totally see him like, see, like this is the ability to string someone on. I hear you. Like his immediate therapist response is like, he's not a therapist, but he's done a bunch of therapy. He's like, oh my God, this person's upset. And they definitely feel strongly about this. The first thing I should say is, I hear you. I hear you are saying you are angry and hurt. He texted her the same day. I will hear you as long as needed for us. Andrew and Sarah wanted children together. You know, I'm sure, yeah, maybe they did. I mean, maybe she kind of wanted it a little bit more, especially seeming as how she has 2 kids already, and this guy's 48 and doesn't have 1 kid. But, you know, okay, well, we'll give him that. We'll give her that. Optimizers sometimes prefer not to conceive naturally. I think this paragraph's complete BS. One can exert more control when procreation involves the lab. This is absolute bullshit. The reason they're going towards IVF is because she's mid-40s. I mean, her fertility is not the same. I mean, IVF is going to be probably the only choice. Andrew and Sarah wanted children together. Optimizers sometimes prefer not to conceive naturally. One can exert more control when procreation involves a lab. Sarah began the first of several rounds of IVF. A spokesperson for Huberman denies that he and Sarah had decided to have children together. See, okay, well, yeah, so he's denying it right there. I mean, I'm not surprised. Clarifying that they decided to create embryos for IVF. Okay, so that's different. Yeah, when IVF usually happens, you create a bunch of embryos or whatever, and I guess I don't know what they keep them in, a suspended state of animation or something like that. And what'll happen is when you guys then do decide to create, to impregnate the woman, is then they will then, you know, plant the embryo in the woman, and then hopefully it takes at that point. And you know what the most interesting thing about that too is, male embryos versus female embryos in this state have a better chance of actually having a successful pregnancy for the woman, where the female ones don't. That's just kind of an interesting tidbit I read. But yeah, there's a clear difference between we're gonna have kids together. She was probably in his ear, and she was just like, "Oh my God, I'm getting older. Uh, we should, my eggs aren't gonna be here. I'm gonna hit menopause. Blah blah blah. Let's at least do this now in case we decide to change our minds later." You know what I mean? But all Sarah heard was, "Oh yeah, he definitely wanted kids with me." And then her rationale was, well, Huberman's protocol, and he's an optimizer, so that's the reason we did it, because then we could have more control over this kid's, Gattaca style genes or whatever they're doing nowadays with these IVF embryos. Okay. In 2021, she tested positive for a high-risk form of HPV. Uh-oh. So now 2021, see, now this goes back to why Andrew Huberman said they weren't exclusive until 2021. Because she's saying they're exclusive before 2021, meaning that there's a gray area here about how the HPV got into the situation. If they were exclusive prior to 2018, then it's possible he gave her the HPV if he was cheating on her. But if they're exclusive till 2021, then she could have gotten that HPV from anywhere. And if it was from him, well, he didn't know they were exclusive. See, and everybody's responsible for their own sexual health. It also makes it harder because HPV is harder to track in guys, I think. Like, there are many different strains of HPV, some of them a bit more terrible than others. I think some can cause cancer, especially in women. And then some are just, I think, what would you call that? Like the warts and stuff. Now, if the warts don't present visually, you can look at a male and think, okay, yeah, this guy's got HPV, but if nothing ever presents, there's no test for men to find that out. But with women, there is a test for them. So she got HPV, it's a bit dubious on how that happened. And Andrew's not ready to admit any of this. So here we go. Oh, and it is one of the variants that were linked to cervical cancer. So that's bad news for her. I had never tested positive, she says, and had been tested regularly for 10 years. A spokesperson for Huberman says he had never tested positive for HPV. According to CDC, there is currently no approved test for HPV in men. When she brought it up, she says he told her you could contract HPV from many things. So now you got a Stanford lab professor telling her about HPV. But yeah, that is true. I mean, I think, when you're a guy and you go and you get an STD panel, HPV isn't part of it. Unless it's only through a visual inspection, and then you'd have to be like, hey, there'd have to be something that you noticed or that they see. So, I don't even think a court of law is going to be able to say, yeah, this happened and you had HPV and you gave that to her. But again, this is reputation destruction, right? So just putting this out there is enough to cause problems for him. But as crazy as that is, I think women would read this and they would still go after the guy. So there's that too. I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about truth-telling and deception. Andrew told evolutionary psychologist David Buss on a November 2021 episode of Huberman Lab called How Humans Select and Keep Romantic Partners in Short and Long Term. That sounds like a good episode. I got to go back and watch this on the Huberman Lab podcast. There'll probably be some good tidbits there. They were talking about regularities across cultures and mate preferences. Could you tell us, Andrew asked, about how men and women leverage deception versus truth-telling and communicating some of the things around mate choice selection? Effective tactics for men, said a gravel-voiced 68-year-old Buss, are often displaying cues to long-term interest. There it is. See, this is the game right here. This is the game. This is men's game in dealing with feminist women, is letting them think that you want a longer-term thing with them. You know what I mean? And then once, you get the milk from the cow, it's a different game. Men tend to exaggerate the depths of their feelings for a woman. And I personally think it's not even men doing it. It's just men kind of being a little bit more quiet about things. And then that allows women to create their own fantasy narrative about the man, and you could still even rightfully blame the guy for leading on a woman like that. That's not fair. I mean, well, all fair is in love and war. Excuse me, I misspoke there. But yeah, I mean, that's the game. That's the game. Let's talk about infidelity in committed relationships, Andrew said, laughing. I'm guessing it does happen. Men who have, when was this? Did they give? Oh, it's November 2021. Okay, so that's significant because they're supposed to be exclusive at this point. Men who have affairs tend to have affairs with a larger number of affair partners, said Buss. And so what's then by definition can't be long lasting. You can't, added Buss Riley, have the long-term affairs with 6 different partners. Yeah, said Andrew, unless he's, and here Andrew looked into the distance, juggling multiple phone accounts or something of that sort. So, apparently that's what he was doing in the moment. Right. And some men try to do that, but I think it could be very taxing, said Buss. I would have to probably agree with that. I mean, if you're seeing multiple women, well, I don't even know. It's hard to say. I think once you hit a certain like flow state of dating, like once you've been dating long enough, it kind of becomes like a reflexive thing, like the first times when you're dating and you're doing that, at least in my anecdotal experience, it's like, oh my God, it's different. But if you keep going, it's like a businessman. Like, in your first couple sales, they're a little tough, but as you keep selling, pretty soon you're just hollering at everybody and you're just putting the deal out there. You're negotiating, you're greasing the wheel where it needs to be greased, getting product in and out, making things happen, setting up meetings. And then it just snowballs into that. And the same thing can be said, especially with dating nowadays, because, I don't know. I mean, you just learn how to exercise that muscle. It's at least how it is with me. So, all right. By 2022, Andrew was legitimately famous. Typical headlines read, I tried a Stanford professor's top productivity routine, and Google CEO uses non-sleep deep rest to relax. Reese Witherspoon told the world that she was sure to get 10 minutes of sunlight in the morning and tagged Andrew. So this guy's on top of the world now. Like big celebrities, he's getting that recognition. That's status increase. Super high right there. When he was not on his own podcast, Andrew was on someone else's. He kept the place in Topanga. But he and Sarah began splitting rent in Berkeley. In June 2022, they fully combined lives. Sarah relocated her family to Malibu to be with him. Okay. Now, they're going to make it seem like, this is her being controlled by him, but, this is still her decision right here. Of course she went to Malibu. This guy's on top of the world. Malibu's a great place to live. I mean, they're splitting rent in Berkeley, all right? He kept his place in Topanga. They're splitting rent in Berkeley. So ostensibly, even when he's not there, he's still helping her pay for her place to keep her happy. And then she goes down to Malibu. I wonder if she has her own house in Malibu or if she's staying at one of his. So, I mean, just looking at the arrangement here, it's not like she uprooted everything and left to be with this guy, because she still has her Berkeley place. According to Sarah, Andrew's rage intensified with cohabitation. He fixated on her decision to have children with another man. Now, Andrew's going to deny this, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. It's obviously something he pointed out, but I think what you can also get from this is a type of projection. This is what she really wants Andrew, this amazing high-value man who could be her ticket out of singledom for the rest of her life. And this is her biggest insecurity about herself, is her having kids with another man who she probably hates now, in compared to Andrew. And she probably thinks oh my God, I could have had this guy locked down, blah, blah, blah. But it could be her just projecting her own insecurities onto Andrew. And really it's her own internal I'm being an armchair psychologist right now. But all I'm saying is it's just I wonder what Andrew would say about that, He fixated on her decision. You're telling me this guy who's got this really successful podcast, 5 million subscribers, celebrities are loving what this guy is saying. He's making the rounds, podcast to podcast, is fixated on this 40-something-year-old woman's decision from the past about doing this? I don't think so. I mean, I think he's got 25-year-old women hitting him up all day. I mean, I just don't think he's fixated on that. She says he told her that being with her was like bobbing for apples and feces. Oh, wow. That's crazy. If he did say that, that's pretty mean. The pattern of your 11 years, while rooted in subconscious drives, he told her in December 2021, creates a nearly impossible set of hurdles for us. You have to change. Well, you know, if you're Andrew Huberman, you can demand that. Sarah was, in fact, changing. She felt herself getting smaller, constantly appeasing. Listen, again, I mean, this is double speak for like him being some kind of abusive, but she has the choice to leave. Earlier in the article, you know, her friends describing her as strong and independent, but this woman's own selfish indulgence in this guy, this woman being in love with him, is her own choice, and it is still her choice to leave if she feels like that's not being reciprocated. So, I mean, if he's really telling her this stuff about bobbing for apples and feces, and she's not leaving, that's on her at this point. You know what I mean? It's like when a man's in love with the woman and the woman totally screws him over, they're just like, man, you know, you were a simp, you made bad decisions, all this thing, why didn't you leave, blah, blah, blah. But if I can't give her that same, you know what I mean? Like I have to give her the same treatment on the other way around. So. She was, in fact, changing. She felt herself getting smaller, constantly appeasing. She apologized again and again and again. I have been selfish, childish, and confused, she said. As a result, I need your protection. So this is the full capitulation. This is the strong and independent woman trying to submit to this, you know, very successful man, allegedly, according to her, you know, description of past events. A spokesperson for Huberman denies Sarah's account of their fights, denies that his rage intensified with cohabitation, denies that he fixated on Sarah's decision to have children and another man, and denies that he said being with her was like bobbing for apples and feces. I mean, you know, maybe he said the bobbing for apples and feces thing. Who knows? Maybe he got pissed off one day and said that because she was, you know, talking that mess to him and finally got under his skin. And he was like, yeah, you know what? You're saying that this is what it's like going out with me? Well, let me tell you what it's like going out with you. And maybe he did say that. But I do believe, you know, that like the account isn't exactly as she makes it seem, like he was just this angry person and she was in this abusive relationship. This woman sounds like a predator. You know what I'm saying? And it's like she had her blessings in life. She had 2 children with some man. And I really wonder what the backstory on that was. A spokesperson said Dr. Huberman is very much in control of his emotions. The first 3 rounds of IVF did not produce healthy embryos. Look, okay, so there's another problem. So whether or not he wanted kids with her or not, you know what I'm saying? Because he denies that. She said, they definitely wanted kids. Even the IVF rounds, the first 3 rounds, and guys, this is thousands of dollars. Getting IVF is not cheap. And then having to do 3 rounds of it, that's thousands of dollars. I wonder who paid for that. Possibly them splitting it. Who knows? And it didn't even produce healthy embryos. So it's like at this point, I mean, if you're Andrew Huberman, if you do want kids, if you do want a family, you got to start making some decisions here. In the spring of 2022, enraged again about her past. Now, this could very well have something to do with getting, you know, abortions or something like that. I'm no scientist. I'm no Andrew Huberman, but quite possibly this could be a kind of sleight of hand by the writer of this article to not write that he was pissed off that she got a bunch of abortions, which ruined her uterus, to make it so that you know, she couldn't get pregnant or something like that. Who knows? You know what I mean? Like maybe that was it. But instead, it just gets kind of watered down, desaturated into enraged again about her past. But we don't know. You know, that's all Shah's speculations. We don't know. Andrew asked Sarah to explain in detail what he had called her bad choices. Most especially having her second child. She wrote it out and read it aloud to him. A spokesperson for Huberman denies this incident and says he does not regard her having a second child as a bad choice. I don't really believe that he would have said that to her. That sounds pretty terrible. I don't know why you would tell anybody that them having a child was like a bad decision. Like it doesn't seem like something a sane, normal person would say. Like there's no winning that, even if it seemed like it was logical somehow, because it's like, what? Why would you? I just don't believe this because it seems, I don't know. That seems kind of made to rile up emotions here. I don't think that's true. I think it's important to recognize that we might have a model of who someone is, says Dosset, or a model of how someone should conduct themselves. And if they do something that is out of sync with that model, it's like, well, that might not necessarily be on that person. Maybe it's on us. Our model was just off. Huberman's specialty lies in a narrow field, visual system wiring, visual system wiring, because this is the optic nerves in the mice. How comfortable one feels with the science propagated on Huberman Lab depends entirely on how much leeway one is willing to give a man who expounds for multiple hours a week on subjects well outside his area of expertise. So they're trying to paint a picture of a guy who lies to his women in his personal life, that he must also be lying on his podcast. So now we're going to go after the reputation destruction and the character assassination in his business now. Now it's not even just about his private affairs here, so to speak. And, when it comes to information that's free, like if you're watching YouTube and it's free, it's not behind a paywall. There's ads, there's stuff you can donate if you want. That's just one of the things you got to wade through and sift through. Like, people are experts on certain things, and then they're going to talk about whatever the hell they want because, they're just on YouTube talking. I mean, they're not being held to some standard of some PhD laboratory at Stanford. And, you as the viewer and listener, I think that's something we accept, or if you haven't accepted it yet, you should. But I don't think that warrants that, like, oh, his podcast is like, all disingenuous or something like that. His detractors note that Huberman extrapolates wildly from limited animal studies, posits certainty where there is ambiguity, and stumbles when he veers too far from his narrow realm of study. But even they will tend to admit that the podcast is an expansive, free, or as he puts it, zero-cost compendium of human knowledge. Yeah, because there's where there's some fluff, there's probably also really good stuff, and it's our job as someone who's getting this for free to separate the wheat from the chaff, as they say. There are quack guests, but they are greatly outnumbered by profound, complex, patient, and often moving descriptions of biological process. Huberman Lab is premised on the image of a working scientist. One imagines clean, white counters. So I'm just going to sum this up. I mean, he's putting out the image that he's in there. When you see the advertisements from like pharmaceutical companies and you got all these white lab coats and they look like they're mixing test tubes, and it looks like what a common sense understanding of laboratory science is. But then if you actually go into a laboratory, it's all very practical and just non-impressive. I mean, I remember this myself, that we got a university about 20 minutes down the road, 20 miles down that way, going west, University of California, Davis. And I went to college there. And, I took chemistry and all those different classes. And I remember going into some of the nice labs. And, one of the things I learned from taking science classes at an institution like that is that what you see on TV is mostly an illusion sold to you. And it's kind of crafted to make you feel comfortable about what our capabilities in science really are and what that means. A lot of it is just clever marketing. How about that? Let's just call it that. Okay. But anyways, in a glowing 2023 profile in Stanford Magazine, we learned everything he does is inspired by his love. But do not learn that Huberman lives 350 miles and a 6-hour drive from Stanford University, making it difficult to drop into the lab. Compounding the issue is the fact that the lab, according to knowledgeable sources, barely exists. Oh my God. Is a postdoc working on her own funding alone a lab? Asked the researcher at Stanford. There had been a lab, 4 rooms on the 2nd floor of the Sherman Fairchild Science Building. Listen, to me, that's already pretty damn good. I mean, if you have any real estate in Stanford to get something you can call a lab, then, that's just what that is. Guys, if you're watching, be sure to hit the like button. It's going to help me out with the algorithm. Be sure to hit that like button if you're in here watching. Okay, so some of them smelled of mice. It was here that researchers anesthetized rodents, injected them with fluorescence, damaged their octave nerves. I know this is all for the good of moving humanity's knowledge forward, but it kind of saddens me a bit. And watched for the newly bright nerves to grow back. Let's see. The lab says the researcher was already scaling down before COVID. It was emptying out postdocs apparently unsupervised, a $250,000 laser scanning microscope gathering dust. Once the researcher saw someone come in and reclaim a $3,500 rocker, a machine for mixing solutions. Shortly before publication, a spokesperson for Stanford said Dr. Huberman's lab at Stanford is operational and is in the process of moving from the Department of Neurobiology to the Department of Ophthalmology. And a spokesperson for Huberman says the equipment in Dr. Huberman's lab remained in use until the last postdoc moved to a faculty position. I'm honestly not really dissuaded here. I think he does have the lab. On every episode of his Zero Cost podcast, Huberman gives a lengthy endorsement of a powder formerly known as athletic greens, known as AGI. Now this part's interesting. This athletic green stuff is trash, and he is selling it. But, it's all for the money. And, I think any normal person who watches a podcast, for the most part, when someone's selling you something, you're like, I know they just got to do it to make some money. And that's what it takes for me to get this, be able to watch this for free, So there's a little bit of grace that's given there. It is one thing to hear athletic greens promoted by Joe Rogan. It is perhaps another to hear someone who sells himself as a Stanford University scientist just back from the lab proclaim that this $79 a month powder covers all your foundational nutritional needs. In an industry not noted for its integrity, AG1 is, according to writer and professional debunker Derek Bear, is one of the most egregious players in the space. Here we have a powder that contains, according to its own marketing, 75 active ingredients, far more than a typical supplement, which would seem a selling point for the inconveniences of mass. Seem a selling point, but for the inconveniences of mass. As performance nutritionist Adam McDonald points out, the vast number of ingredients indicates that each ingredient, which may or may not promote good health in a certain dose, is likely included in minuscule amounts, though consumers are left to do the math themselves. The company keeps many of the numbers proprietary. Okay, so that's the scam. There's 75 different ingredients that are all good for you, except that you're only getting like 0.001% of this, 0.001% of that, and it's negligible. So that's the scam. We all know it's a scam, but, we can get over it because the podcast is good, probably. Klaus says, something seems completely off in the partnership dynamics. I have a feeling there are way too many holes in the story to really understand what was going on. I feel the same way too, and a lot of what I'm saying is speculation, but I'm speculating in the opposite way, specifically to just show that what they're saying is also one-sided. You know what I mean? It's just like, I just doubt it. And Huberman's doing the right thing by not engaging with this too much. Like, he had a spokesperson, they denied a couple of things, and that's it, And I don't even think this worked for the most part, because most people don't care. The people that are watching are still going to watch. Some people won't be happy with them, whatever. But yeah, there is something missing here. Definitely. Especially when it comes to this IVF stuff, whatever her stuff is, and look, listen, if he really gave her HPV and she really was under the impression that they're monogamous, that's messed up. Though even that is dubious. It's dubious. You know what I mean? So it's going to be a hard thing to prove. Okay. We can almost guarantee that literally every supplement or ingredient within this proprietary blend is underdosed. Okay, yeah, so it's a scam. Huberman, that's good news about podcasts. Huberman said when Wendy's Zuckerman of Science Versus pointed out that her podcast would never make recommendations based on such tenuous research, people can choose which podcast they want to listen to. Yeah, that's exactly what it goes down to. If he's given value on his podcast, you got to take what's valuable and separate it what's not valuable. That is the onus that's placed upon the viewer. Now, that being said, clever marketing schemes is insidious. Unfortunately, that's the world that we live in currently. Whenever Sarah, okay, we're back to Sarah now. Whenever Sarah had suspicions about Andrew's interactions with another woman, he had a particular way of talking about the woman in question. Okay, we're going to get into Andrew Huberman game right now. He said the women were stalkers, alcoholics, and compulsive liars. I guess that's a quick way of getting this off. He's outright lying to her if he did say that. And that's messed up, but, This is the game we're playing. He told her that one woman tore out her hair with chunks of flesh attached to it. Wow, that is insane. He told her a story about a woman who fabricated a story about a dead baby to entrap him. Also insane. A spokesperson for Huberman denies the account of the denigration of women and the dead baby story and says the hair story was taken out of context. Okay. Denies the account of the denigration of women. Yeah, so he's denying it. And the dead baby story and says the hair story was taken out of context. Most of the time, Sarah believed him. The women probably were crazy. He was a celebrity. He had to be careful. It was in August 2022 that Sarah noticed she and Andrew could not go without being thronged by people. Wow, so yeah, he's hitting superstar status here, dang near. On a camping trip in Washington State that same month, Sarah brought syringes and a cooler with ice packs. Syringes? Every day of the trip, he injected the drugs meant to stimulate fertility into her stomach. That was round 4. Oh my God. So this is on round 4 of the IVF. So we're probably like $100,000. You know what? Let me look this up. I just have to see like what is a typical round of, how much does a typical round of IVF cost? Oh my God. Look at this. A single IVF cycle. What the hell? Defined as ovarian stimulation, egg retrieval, and embryo transfer. Now, maybe we never made it to the embryo transfer part. Can range from $15,000 to $30,000, depending on the center and the patient's individual medication needs. So they're what, the 4th round of this? So that's gonna be, a lot of money, basically. It's a lot of money. And this guy, Andrew's been sitting here putting up with this, and he's probably like, I don't care anymore. I don't care. This is too much money. It ain't going to happen with her, and that's that. You know what I mean? Now, he probably could have broke up with her and said something, to her point, to her credit, to be graceful, to be charitable to her side here. But this is probably a dead horse worth, to stop beating on. Later that month, Sarah says she grabbed Andrew's phone when he had left it in the bathroom, checked his text, we got a violation of privacy here, and found conversations with someone we will call Eve. Some of them took place during the camping trip they had just taken. Your feelings matter, he told Eve on a day when he had injected his girlfriend with HCG. See, here's another one. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the lingo that, like, he knows exactly what they want to hear. Just like, your feelings matter. I hear you. Yes, I definitely hear that you're saying that you're hurt and angry. And I will listen to you and discuss this with you as long as it takes. Those are like the magic words right there. I'm actually very much a caretaker. Oh, that's beautiful. And later, I'm back on the grid tomorrow and would love to see you this weekend. Caught having an affair, Andrew was apologetic. The landscape has been incredibly hard, he said. I let the stress get to me. I defaulted to self-safety. I've also sat with the hardest of feelings. I hear your insights, he said, and honestly, I appreciate them. Oh my God. Like, I could just see how he was able to do this and get away with it. Like, this guy knows how to take a problem and just completely smash it into the ground with, like, his words very efficiently. Sarah noticed how, this is what folks in the red pill will call a shit test, and this is a massive shit test. I mean, getting caught having an affair or being suspected of having an affair, that's, this is being, you could say it's a shit test, it's a comfort test, it's whatever it is. And he just knows how to smash through them. Because a lot of guys, might be like, oh my God, baby, I'm so sorry. Please don't leave me. But his is just like a little bit more different. It's actually very subtle how he does it. I immediately defaulted to a place of self-safety. You know what I mean? Okay. Sarah noticed how courteous he was with Eve. So many offers. Oh, so here comes the jealousy. She pointed out to process and work through things. Eve is an ethereally beautiful actress. Okay, so we got 40-something-year-old Sarah, who's strong and independent and an entrepreneur with 2 kids. And now we got Eve, who's ethereally beautiful. and an actress, the kind of woman from whom it is hard to look away. So we're talking about seeing a next level here, according to these women. I wonder how Andrew Huberman would describe her, honestly, but whatever, we'll go with this. Where Sarah exudes, let's see, guys, thanks for the likes. Appreciate you guys liking it. Thank you. That helps me. Where Sarah exudes a winsome, chaotic energy. This can be charming in its own way. Sometimes if you live a very organized life and women kind of add that little bit of fun into your life, I can see how that could be fun. I can also see how this can be bad if it's too much chaotic energy. Like, this could be another way of saying she's disagreeable and she thinks that makes her look attractive, but it really doesn't. Eve, this could also explain some of their supposed arguments they've been having. Eve is intimidatingly collected. Eve saw Andrew she's over here causing arguments with her chaotic energy, and Eve is the chill girl that he can go and relax with. Eve saw Andrew on Raya. Oh my God, Raya is that like celebrity. It's like a celebrity dating app. Like you normal people can't get on there unless you have verified social media presence that's like big. I think celebrities use this. Eve saw Andrew on Raya in 2020 and messaged, this is going to be before 2021 when they supposedly went exclusive, but after 2018 when Sarah's claiming they went exclusive. And this could very well be the originator of our HPV, vector here, but who knows? Eve saw Andrew on Raya in 2020 and messaged her on Instagram. God, you know what's funny? They mentioned the other one was in her mid-40s, but they didn't mention how old Eve is. I would like to know, because what if Eve is like mid-20s? You know what I'm saying? Very possible. And messaged him on Instagram. They went for a swim in Venice. Seems pretty romantic. And he complimented her form. You're definitely, he said, on the faster side of the distribution. That's a funny way to compliment someone. But hell, it worked. She found him to be an extraordinary listener, and she liked the way he appeared to be interested in her internal life. Okay, so that means he didn't just see her as an object, I guess. He was busy all the time with his book and eventually the podcast, his dog. Okay, more markers of the high-value man here. Responsibilities at Stanford. He's a Stanford guy. He's got his podcast. He's working on his book. And these ladies are just loving that. I'm willing to do the repair work on this. Oh my God. I swear to God. I feel like I'm going to steal this. Like the next time I'm with a chick or something happens or I get caught and I'm like, damn, I don't really want to lose her. I'm just going to be like, baby, I'm willing to do the repair work on this. However long it takes, I will do it. I'm willing to do the repair work on this. He said when she called him out for standing her up, or this sucks, but doesn't deter my desire and commitment to see you, and establish clear lines of communication and trust. It's like a bunch of therapy speak thrown back at them. Despite his endless excuses for not showing up, he seemed, to Eve, to be serious about deepening their relationship, which lasted on and off for 2 years. See, this part right here is kind of enlightening to me because, again, it's on Eve for not breaking up the relationship and going away, but the literal reason why there's an on and off relationship here with this woman who's ethereally beautiful like an actress, you know what I'm saying? Possibly in her mid-20s, lasted for 2 years is if Andrew wasn't acting like this, if he wasn't standing her up, if he wasn't so busy all the time, if he didn't, just kind of say this sort of therapy speak to just kind of nip the problems in the bud, she would have gotten tired of him and screwed him over a long time ago. But this is how you play the game. Unfortunately, this is just the way it is nowadays. And having multiple women allows this to happen. Like, this is the proof is in the pudding here. Eve had the impression that he was not seeing anyone else. The impression, okay? She was willing to have unprotected sex. Now, does that mean he explicitly stated to her that they are monogamous? I mean, we'll see. We'll find that out. So now we got Sarah in the background. Okay, so that's chill. Sarah's, there. He's paying half her rent in Berkeley. She's living in Malibu. She's busy with her 2 kids. And now we got Eve, who's like, very attractive in her own way and all these kinds of things. And you know, times are good. Times are good for Andrew, especially. As their relationship intensified over the years, he talked often about the family he one day wanted. Okay, see, now this could very well be him stringing them along. He's saying all the right words they want to say. Our children would be amazing, he said. This is Eve talking. She asked for book recommendations, and he suggested jokingly, Huberman, Why We Made Babies. I'm at the stage of life where I truly want to build a family, he told her. Now, keep in mind, he's 48. But this would have been 3 years ago, so he's mid-40s. He's mid-40s. That's a resounding theme for me. And this is the stuff that like women want to hear on dating apps. You know what I mean? Like when you're on dating apps, at least for me in my experience, is that it's always like, you know, I'm not here. Every other profile is going to say, I'm not here for just a hookup, you know, swipe left if you're just looking for sex, you know, looking for something serious, not looking for anything long-term. My leg's falling asleep, so I gotta stand up for a second. And yeah, that's what you always see. You know what I mean? And, you know, if you're a guy out here and it's just like, you can't go on there and be like, yeah, I'm just looking for something short term. I mean, it might work some of the time. You know what I mean? But no, I mean, eventually you learn that like, yeah, you know, okay, yeah, don't come out and say that all crazy. You know what I mean? Like, just be like, oh yeah, you know, I'm definitely down. I want a family. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if I meet the right person, you know, then of course. And then women hear that and they're like, okay, you know, and this is why I think it's really stupid for women to come out in the beginning and say, what'll happen is women will try to lock down the deal right away. This is just my opinion. And I think women, if they really want to get a guy, they really need to hook the guy in. And you can't go in on a first date and say, I want marriage with kids. You know what I mean? Because that's like a guy coming in and saying, hey, well, I want to get laid tonight. You know what I mean? Like it's going to have that same level of cringe. That's always been my opinion. My bad, guys. Let me just put this on display. I'm getting that like weird needly feeling. One second. Let's get the blood flowing. I bet you Andrew Huberman has a protocol for every time, you know, the blood flow stops to your legs or something. Okay, we're back. Okay. Oh, here we go. That's a resounding theme for me. How to mesh lives, he said in a voice memo. A fundamental question. These, you know, in their mid-40s trying to figure this out. One time she heard him say on Joe Rogan that he had a girlfriend. She texted him to ask about it. And he responded immediately. He had a stalker, he said, and so his team had decided to invent a partner for the listening public. That's hilarious. That's some fast thinking right there, though. I'll say that for sure. I later learned, Eve tells me with characteristic equanimity, that this was not true. In September 2022, Eve noticed that Sarah was looking at her Instagram stories, not commenting or liking, just looking impulsively. So somehow Sarah was able to recognize that Eve was liking her Instagram stories, like some random woman or something like that, and put it together that possibly they're seeing Huberman. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to doubt it. Maybe she just saw something. So it was Instagram that ruined the game. But let's see. Oh, crap. 1 second. I need this wire. This is how we're going to do our call-in show later. Very important. Not commenting or liking, just looking impulsively. Eve messaged her, is there anything... Okay, so Eve messaged Sarah. Is there anything you'd rather ask me directly? She said. Oh, so Sarah was looking at Eve's stories. I wonder how she would have found Eve's Instagram. They set up a call. F you, Andrew, she messaged him. Okay, so now the women are talking. All right. Oh, my bad. My legs are still killing me. Weird. Okay. All right. Sarah moved out in August 2023. Okay, so all this stuff was going on. So she lived with him for a while there in Malibu or whatever. but says she remained in a committed relationship with Huberman. How the hell? Okay, whatever. So she moved out in August 2023, but apparently they were still exclusive. And this is, and she's still in a committed relationship with Andrew Huberman, but she's messaging Eve in September of 2022. So she knows that he's cheating if ostensibly she's talking with Eve in 2022, but almost a full year goes by. Almost a full year, August 2023, she moves out and says she's still in a relationship with Huberman. I mean, listen, I can't even blame Huberman at this point. Sarah is not making good decisions for herself. You know what I mean? A spokesperson for Huberman says they were separated. I agree with that. I mean, she moved out. I would tend to believe Huberman's spokesperson here. If they were still together in a she says committed relationship, but I would say exclusive, because that's what she's getting at. Why would you move out? You see, that doesn't make sense. At Thanksgiving that year, she noticed he was wiggly every time a cell phone came out at the table, trying to avoid, she suspected, being photographed. She says she did not leave him until December. According to Sarah, the relationship ended as it had started with a lie. He had been at her place for a couple of days and left for his place to prepare for a Zoom call. They planned to go Christmas shopping the next day. Sarah showed up at his house and found him on the couch with another woman. Uh-oh. She could see them through the window. If you're going to be a cheater, she advises me later, do not live in a glass house. Well, you know, she knew he was cheating because she was talking to Eve already for a while. So, yeah, okay, a cheater was with another woman again. You know, what is she even saying here at this point? On January 11th, a woman we'll call Alex began liking all of Sarah's Instagram posts. 7 of them in a minute. Sarah messaged her, I think you're friends with my ex, Andrew Huberman. Okay, so now we got Alex in the mix. So Alex is a third girl. And they also found each other on Instagram. So now we got Sarah, Eve, and Alex, just to keep this straight. Sarah messaged her, I think you're friends with my ex, Andrew Huberman. Are you one of the women he cheated on me with? Uh-oh. So we got an obsessed woman. So now she's becoming a kind of stalker. Alex is an intense, direct, highly educated woman who lives in New York. Okay, so we got highly intense, direct. This is all code word for feminism. So we got a New York style living feminist businesswoman. She was sleeping with Andrew and she had no idea there had been a girlfriend. I feel like if you're in 2024 and you're sleeping with a celebrity, it just kind of goes without saying. I mean, I'm sure she had some inkling. She said, I think we should talk. Over the following weeks, Sarah and Alex never stopped texting. She helped me hold my boundary against him. Okay, so sounds like Sarah finally went no contact. Guys, looks like my stream might be experiencing some issues. I just see it going red. Hopefully it's not dropping too many frames. I'm having some internet issues today. If you guys notice anything, please let me know so I can try to fix that. Okay. If the stream dies, I'll try to get it back up, but hopefully we'll be okay. So they go no contact and they create a kind of support group here against this horrible monster that is Andrew Huberman. She helped me hold my boundary against him, says Sarah. Keep him blocked, she said. You need to let go of the idea of him. Instead of texting Andrew, Sarah texted Alex. So Sarah is incredibly heartbroken right now. This is probably similar to how Sarah's first husband felt when she decided to destroy their marriage and take their 2 kids and go live, away from him. And there's no other mention of that. It's like, what is Sarah's relationship with her first husband or boyfriend? Is it 50-50 custody? Do those boys have their father in their lives? Is she getting child support, alimony? Did Andrew Huberman have to step in a fatherly role for these boys? I mean, I'm just curious because all that stuff kind of matters. I do believe single moms are kind of built on a spectrum. I don't like when people are like, well, single mom, no, I get it. I think if you're a guy and you don't have kids and you got a successful thing going on, it's probably best not to. If you have your own kids, then maybe it'll work with a single mom. Families do come together. But what you want to be especially wary of, and I say this as an ex-child support officer, is like there are single moms who whose kids have legal fathers and who have payments coming in from that guy and have the kids have a relationship with that guy. Then there are single moms who, you know, we don't know who the dad is. The kids don't have any legal paternity established, meaning that these kids are just out here floating in the open. And the courts are looking at these kids as like, if we can get a father for these kids who right now don't have one, and I don't just mean biologically, I mean legally, that's the single mom that's dangerous to be with, because what happens is if you start cohabitating with her, years go by, you're in a relationship, you guys even possibly break up, but the kids have a relationship with you because there's no other father figure. Now you're taking on something that otherwise may have been less of a problem if you're with the single mom that already has it in order with the actual real dad. So when I say single moms are built on a spectrum, that's what I mean. They come with a different level of consequences, depending. Okay. You need to let go of the idea of him. That's another thing. I feel like women, especially really attractive women, like really attractive people for the most part, most of us go through heartbreak early on in our lives, you know, because we're normal people. But people who are like really attractive, and I've met women like this too. You know, I've met with some older women. If they're attractive and they've been attractive their whole lives, for the most part, they've been in control of all their relationships. And then as they get older, it's like the first time that they're the ones who don't initiate the breakup. You know what I mean? And when you're the one who's not the one that does that, then they experience heartbreak for the first time, like even more so than separating from their husband was. Like it wasn't a heartbreak for them to go through to leave their husband, because the husband held the bag and was heartbroken. But it happens after. Like this 40-something-year-old woman, Sarah, touching 50 now, she is probably experiencing true heartbreak for the first time in her life. And she was probably a heartbreaker to all these guys her whole life. And now she's finally getting a taste of her own medicine. All speculation. But this is what it sounds like. You need to let go of the idea of him. That's a heartbroken woman. Instead of texting Andrew, Sarah texted Alex. So she went no contact. Sometimes they just talked about their days and not about Andrew at all. Sarah still thought beautiful Eve, on the other hand, might be crazy. Oh, wow. So she was still hating on Eve. But they talked some more and brought her into the group chat. Okay, yeah, so Sarah and Alex started it. Now you got three women. And the only thing, the common thread they have together is that they all went out with the same man. Might be crazy, but they talked some more and brought her into the group chat. Soon there were others. There was Mary, a dreamy, charismatic Texan he had been seeing for years. They only gave the ages of one of the women, which is Sarah, but they refused to give the ages of these ones. Like, what if Alex, Eve, and Mary are all like in their early 20s? Like, what if Eve was like 19 and Mary was like 20? You know what I mean? But maybe they'll tell us later. Her friends called Andrew breadcrumbs, given his tendency to disappear. There was a fifth woman. Oh my God. So we're on number 5 now, in LA. Funny and fat. So we got one in New York. We got one in LA. There's one in San Francisco. There's one in Texas. Man, he's got them all over the country at this point. Alex had been apprehensive. She felt foolish for believing Andrew's lies and worried that the other women would seem foolish, therefore compounding her shame. Foolish women were not, however, what she found. Each of the 5 was assertive and successful, and educated and sharp-witted. Assertive and successful. All right, so this is going to be your strong and independent woman. So all 5 of these women are strong and independent feminists. I mean, let's just be honest. That's what this means. Like, the writer, a woman, thinks this is a compliment, right? This is what they want to be seen as. But this is also the sort of subtext, or this is the reason none of the relationships worked, you know, right? And this is what gives Andrew an out, because he's going out with assertive, successful, probably disagreeable women. I mean, if we're being honest, and educated and sharp-witted. Sharp-witted meaning, like, you know, they're probably disrespecting him plenty of times for him to be like, I'm going to continue sleeping with you, but I'm not going to freaking do anything more with you. There had been a type, and they were diverse expressions of that type. I can't believe how crazy I thought you were, Mary told Sarah. No one struck anyone else as a stalker. Okay, so yeah, he was telling them they were all stalkers. We get it. No one had made up a story about a dead baby or torn out hair with chunks in it. Well, I mean, then that might be girl number 7 or 8, and they just haven't met her yet. I haven't slept with anyone but him for 6 years. Okay, Sarah told the group. If it makes you feel any better, Alex joked. According to the CDC, they had all slept with one another. There you go. The women compared timestamp screenshots of texts and assembled therein an extraordinary record of deception. Wow. So these women are all in the group chat, and they're putting in screenshots of their individual texts with Andrew Huberman. They're creating a timeline. This is really like a project for them right now. Like, this is their baby, so to speak. There was a day in Texas when, after Sarah left his hotel, Andrew slept with Mary and texted Eve. So Sarah left his hotel, and then Andrew went and slept with Mary in the same day, and then texted Eve also. They found days in which he would text nearly identical pictures of himself to 2 of them at the same time. They realized that the day before he had moved in with Sarah in Berkeley, he had slept with Mary. And he had also been with her in December 2023, the weekend before Sarah caught him on the couch with the 6th woman. Wow, so there's a mythical 6th woman. You know, it's funny about the sending the same picture to women. If you are going to talk to women at the same... Keeping a text conversation is all about content. You know what I mean? And I've met women who are just very good at texting. And I think I've learned my texting game from them. And you know what I mean? And these are women who are out there, and somehow I met them and was in the mix with them for a little bit. But that is what they do. Like, especially women. Women will take like a selfie of her in like a dress, and it's an attractive picture. And she will blast that out to probably like the 20 guys she's talking to. I mean, you think it's just you, but you take one picture and you're like, okay, thank God. Let me just send this out to everybody. And everybody's good for a few hours. And it's just Andrew Huberman is just using their own strategies against them. You know, like at this point, you know, a lot of the feminist dating strategies have been deconstructed or even adapted and is now being used against them. And this is just the downward spiral of dating that we're in. So Andrew's going to take a picture of himself after just working out, or here's me at the range. You know what I mean? Yeah, I just got this coffee, picture of the coffee, and then sends it out to like 6 people at one time. 1 second. Streaming. Call later. Okay. All right. They realized that on March 21st, 2021, a day of admittedly impressive logical jiu-jitsu, while Sarah was in Berkeley, Andrew had flown Mary. Oh, now he's flying women out. Andrew had flown Mary from Texas to LA, okay, to stay with him in Topanga. While Mary was there visiting from thousands of miles away, he left her with Costello. Oh, this is the old Costello move. He drove to a coffee shop where he met Eve. That's hilarious. He was like, watch my dog. And then he went to a coffee shop to meet Eve. They had a serious talk about their relationship. They thought they were in a good place. He wanted to make it work. Okay. Phone died, he texted Mary, who was waiting back at the place in Topanga. And later to Eve, thank you for being so next level gorgeous and sexy. Sleep well, beautiful, he texted Sarah. The scheduling alone, Alex tells me, I can barely schedule 3 Zooms in a day. In the aggregate, Andrew's therapeutic language took on a sinister edge. It was communicating a commitment that was not real, a profound interest in the internality of women that was then used to manipulate them. So he was using therapy to make them feel comfortable, allegedly. It was communicating a commitment that was not real. And is this a crime? Is it a crime to do this? No, it's not a crime. You know, and it's like men have had commitment communicated with them through getting married and then getting divorced later and losing a lot of money. And it ain't a crime. So it's not a crime when Andrew comes out and knows how to make women feel real comfortable and safe. And, you know, what you'll hear a lot from women is they'll be like, oh, well, the reason I'm not having, you know, sex with you anymore is because I don't feel emotionally safe. I don't feel comfortable with you. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel and it's just like Andrew is just a master at making these women feel safe. And so they're all sleeping with them. But, you know, this is just part of the game right here. And too bad. All right. Does Huberman have vices? Asks an anonymous Reddit poster. I remember him saying, reads the first comment, that he loves croissants. Let's see. So now they get into the podcast a bit. While Huberman has been criticized for having too few women guests on his podcast, he is solicitous and deferential toward those he interviews. In a January 2023 episode, Dr. Sarah Gottfried argues that patriarchal messaging and white supremacy contribute to the deterioration of women's health. And Andrew responds with a story about how his beloved trans mentor, Ben Bars, possibly Barre, had experienced intense oppression at MIT before transitioning. Psychology is influencing biology, he says with concern. And you're saying these power dynamics are impacting it. In private, he could sometimes seem less concerned about patriarchy. Multiple women recall him saying he preferred, oh my God, here it is. Multiple women recall him saying he preferred the kind of relationship in which the woman was monogamous, but the man was not. Okay, so it's confirmed. Andrew Huberman was probably watching Andrew Tate and a lot of these shorts and podcasts and manosphere stuff, especially during this time. He told me, says Mary, that what he wanted was a woman who was submissive, who he could slap on the ass in public, and who could be crawling on the floor for him when he got home. See, this is typical, right? I mean, this is typical of what the guy wants. He wants a submissive woman. But we know from prior in the article that all these women would describe themselves, or their friends would describe them as assertive, strong, entrepreneurial, chaotic. And none of these women really fit the bill, right? So, I mean, he's just out here dealing with feminists. You know what I'm saying? He's just found out a good strategy to deal with feminists because he's a man. He has needs as a man. And he's got to make that happen somehow. So everyone just finds themselves in this kind of poop soup, unfortunately. And that's the way it is. Too bad. A spokesperson for Huberman denies this. The woman continued to compare notes. He had his little ways of checking in. Good morning, beautiful. There was a particular way he would respond to a sexy picture. Hi there. Okay, I mean, what's wrong with that? So they send him a sexy picture in the morning while he's drinking his coffee. And he's just like, hi there. Because, they don't want, what are you going to, that's pretty tame. A spokesperson for Huberman insisted that he had not been monogamous with Sarah until late 2021. But a recorded conversation he had with Alex suggested that in May of that year, he had led Sarah to believe otherwise. Mr. Pitt says, Andrew Huberman is a closet red pill bro, willing to bet he'll be on Fresh and Fit by the end of the year. That would actually be a really freaking good interview. I would love to see him. The thing that's sad about it, though, Mr. Pitt, is that he has to be closet red pill, because if he came out and he was said he's red pill, for as big as he is, he'd be demonetized tomorrow. I mean, possibly his whole thing would be banned. We would lose these amazing podcasts with all this free zero cost science to us. And I really mean that. So unfortunately, it's like a woman could come out and say she has, a stable of guys and be fine and be celebrated for that. That's strong and independent. But if Andrew Huberman comes out and is like, yeah, I was going out with 6 women at once, bam, the channel's gone. So I would love to see him on Fresh and Fit, actually. And he must have had red pill moments where it suddenly just came, you know what I mean, to him. And he was just like, I wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Huberman had some heartbreak in his past. And then finally at like age 40, when things started coming together for him, he was like, you know what? This is just unfortunately the game. And that's just what it is. I'll be honest. Like I had a buddy describe this to me once, and he was like, you know what feels really good? I was like, what? He was like, $1 million. And he's like, what's better than $1 million? Like a pile of $1 million right here. And I'm like, I don't know. What's better than $1 million? He was like, another pile of $1 million. And you know what's better than that? Another pile of $1 million. And he was using that as a metaphor to describe, like, when you're with a woman, yeah, it feels like $1 million, but don't forget, you can find another woman that's that good, and it feels like $1 million also. And now you have $2 million. And to be honest, it's like, I'm not trying to sell that to people, but that is pretty red pilled, right? If you were reading the red pill forums back in like 2013, that's abundance mentality right there. That's not having one-itis. I mean, literally the red pill is constructed off of that idea, because most of the guys would come in heartbroken. They're still not over their ex. And then what they'd be told is like, hey, you got one-itis, you need to cultivate abundance mentality. Abundance mentality is having 5-6 piles each of $1 million, and you feel amazing when that happens. Eventually, Andrew realized what it was like to have more than one pile of $1 million, and he became the Andrew we now know and love here. A spokesperson for Huberman insisted that he had not been monogamous with Sarah until late 2021, but a recorded conversation he had with Alex suggested that in May of that year, he had led Sarah to believe otherwise. Well, she was under the impression that we were exclusive at that time, he said. Women are not dumb like that, dude, Alex responded. She was under that impression, then you were giving her that impression. Andrew agreed. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put it on her. Andrew has this way, it seems like, of being like, it's not just complacent. Is everything okay? It's not about being complacent, but he has a way of just like, I feel like shutting it up when a woman's giving him a bunch of shit. You know what I mean? And it's a way of kind of agreeableness. It's like he's using agreeable. It's not like a supplicating, I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me, I still love you. It's more of a like, it's more of just like using agreeableness against them. It's like very subtle. Very subtle. Let's see. I need to put her there. The kind of women to whom Andrew Huberman was attracted, the kind of women who were attracted to him, these were women who paid attention to what went into their bodies. Women who made avoiding toxicity a central focus of their life. Now, regardless of this, I mean, I'm sure Sarah did this, but we still have 4 rounds of failed IVF technology. So, you know, they researched non-hormone disrupting products, avoided sugar, ate organic. They were disgusted by the knowledge that they had had sex with someone who had an untold number of partners. All of them wondered how many others there were. When Sarah found Andrew with the other woman, there had been a black pickup truck in the driveway, and she had taken a picture. This is kind of some, you know. The women traced the plates. God, they're getting deep into this, but they hit a dead end and never found her. Okay, that's fine. Tell us about the dark triad, he had said to Bus in November on the trip in which he slept with Mary. Okay, so if any of you guys remember like Red Pill from like 2013, 2014, dark triad's a word that would get brought up, and dark triad is like the real bad boy. Like this is like almost narcissist level behavior, essentially. It's like, this isn't just being red pill in the sense of not letting your boundaries get crossed. This is like a step further where you're actually like lying to people. You know, like you're a straight compulsive liar, and you'll tell women anything they want to hear, and then you're sleeping with them that way and all that. And you know, yeah, is it bad? Is it not moral? Absolutely. Yes, it is absolutely all of those things. Do I have my copy of The Prince sitting here on my shelf? Oh, no, I don't. Too bad. But yeah, it's very Machiavellian, meaning Niccolo Machiavelli, who wrote The Prince and is very realpolitik about all his dealings. I only have my other Niccolo Machiavelli book, Art of War. It's around here somewhere. It's all right. Okay. He had said to Bus in November on the trip in which he slept with Mary, dark triad is more Machiavellian. Absolutely. Yes, that's true. Oh, here we go in the next paragraph. The dark triad consists of 3 personality characteristics, said Bus. So narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. So I think this is Andrew interviewing someone on the show, and he's like, what's with the dark triad? Such people feign cooperation but then cheat on subsequent moves. They view other people as pawns to be manipulated for their own instrumental gains. Those who are high on dark triad traits, he said, tend to be good at the art of seduction. The vast majority of them were men. See, this is going to be the bad boy trope here. And I mean, yeah, it's going to say the vast majority of men, whatever, if you believe that or not. But nowadays with feminism encourages a kind of toxic femininity, which is essentially narcissism and is dark triad in its own way. And if you've ever dealt with a woman like that, you'll understand, you know, and it's a shitty feeling when you finally find out you're getting played and all that stuff, you know, but that's what happens. And that's out there in the field. So you got to be careful. You got to be guarded against that. Andrew told one of the women that he wasn't a sex addict. He was a love addict. That's hilarious. Addiction, Huberman says, is a progressing narrowing of things that bring you joy. In August, that sounds almost poetic. In August 2021, the same month Sarah first learned of Andrew's cheating. So remember, guys, she learned about his cheating in August of 2021, but she stayed until she was cohabitating with him until late 2023, I think September or August of 2023 or something, when she moved back up. And then she still stayed in a committed relationship until December of 2023, right? So, I mean, she made a lot of bad decisions here, even after she found out he was cheating on her. And it's like, think about it. Like, you're talking about a mid to late 40s woman at this point at 2023. This woman in her life has not learned that if you find out someone's cheating on you, that you should break up with them and not be in a committed relationship with them. A lot of people figure that out in their early 20s and stuff like that. So, she made some bad decisions. The same month, in August 2021, the same month Sarah first learned of Andrew's cheating, he released an episode with Anna Lemke, chief of the Stanford Addiction Medicine Dual Diagnosis Clinic. Lemke, the author of a book called Dopamine Nation, gave a clear explanation of the dopaminergic roots of addiction. What happens right after I do something that is really pleasurable, she says, and releases a lot of dopamine is, again, my brain is going to immediately compensate by downregulating my own dopamine receptors. And that's that come down, or the hangover, or that after effect, that moment of wanting to do more. Someone who waits for the feeling to pass, she explained, will go back to baseline. If I had indulging again and again and again, she said, ultimately I have so much on the pain side that I've essentially reset my brain to what we call anhedonic or lacking in joy type of state, which is a dopamine deficit state. This is a state in which nothing is enjoyable. Everything sort of pales in comparison to this one drug. Keep this in mind, guys. I want you to keep this in mind. Everything pales in comparison to this one drug that I keep doing. Just for the record, Andrew said, smiling, Dr. Lemke has diagnosed me outside the clinic in a playful way of being work addicted. You're probably right. Lemke laughed. You just happen to be addicted, she said gently, to something that is really socially rewarded. What he failed to understand, he said, was people who ruin their lives with their disease. I like to think I have the compassion, he said, but I don't have that empathy for taking a really good situation and what from the outside looks to be throwing it in the trash. At least 3 ex-girlfriends remain friendly with Huberman. He goes deep very quickly, says Keegan Amit, who dated Andrew from 2010 to 2017 and continues to admire him. He has an incredible emotional capacity. Man, they went all the way back to the high school girlfriend. A high school girlfriend says both she and he were troubled during their time together, that he was complicated and jealous, but a good person, whom she parted with on good terms. He really wants to get involved emotionally, but then can't follow through. Says someone he dated on and off between 2006 and 2010. But yeah, I don't think she hesitates. I think he has such a good heart. So these are the older girlfriends. They probably figured it out in their lives. They're not resentful. You know what I mean? Because these relationships ended up earlier. They probably found someone else. But what they're trying to say here, the reason I told you everything sort of pales in comparison to this one drug that I keep doing. They're trying to say Andrew Huberman is sex addicted. And that Andrew Huberman is stuck on this drug and everything else pales in comparison and he can't be in a relationship because of this. But what they're failing to see is that this exact line applies to Sarah. This applies to Eve. This applies to Alex. Because their one drug is Andrew Huberman. Every single text that they get, every interaction with them, especially to the Sarah woman. See, the rest of her life pales in comparison to her life with Andrew, which is why she was willing to put up to get cheated on by Andrew and still stay with him for the longest time. And now she needs Alex to help her not text Andrew and to text Alex instead and to stay no contact because she's the one who's suffering from this dopamine deficit state. But they're all projecting this onto Andrew. Maybe Andrew has a sex addiction, probably, who knows? But it's really them who are having this exact issue. But this article frames it as this is Andrew's problem, and it is in fact not. So it's like they're just snitching on themselves all over in this article. Okay. Andrew grew up in Palo Alto just before the dawn of the internet. So they go into his background. They say his parents, peer neglect from his parents. His father and mother agree that after our divorce was an incredibly hard time for Andrew, though they do not agree with some of his characterization of his past. Few parents want to be accused of peer neglect. And see, here's the thing. It's like his parents got divorced. I mean, no fault divorce is in full swing at this time. Both of his parents are, I think Stanford. They're high up. They got good jobs. They couldn't keep it together. Andrew grew up in that environment. I mean, feminism has won the day. And these women are sitting here looking at Andrew and expecting Andrew to be like a lifetime monogamous relationship with him. And I'm sorry, but monogamy is on life support out here. I want to say monogamy is done, but that sounds a little too negative and pessimistic. Hell, even for me. So I don't want to come out and say that, but monogamy works a lot better if you live in like a theocracy or something where the entire community enforces monogamy. But if there are no consequences in particular in that regard for stepping outside of your monogamous relationship, and people's parents are divorced, people saw what happened to their parents, all of these women are strong and independent, especially like this article tells us. People just can't be surprised when they see this, frankly. She's alpha widowed now. Every guy she dates from here on out will be living in Andrew's shadow. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, she's in her 50s now, or well, late 40s now. She was in her mid 40s when they met, I think. She's up there, and hey, that's fine. I mean, she can find somebody great, but yeah. She's gonna have to lower her expectations a bit. And really what she should do is look at what caused all her main long-term relationships to end. I mean, so she has obviously the father of her two kids, unless they have two different fathers. I don't know. Or her other long relationship with Andrew here, but and I don't even know if it's her fault, but at a certain point, it's just like, you just got to accept what the world gives you and just make do with the cards you get. And it's just like, if the rest of her life is going to be this, then it's like, just learn how to live it in a way that's happy. It's funny. You know what I mean? Like, I could almost see this woman swearing off relationships, which would be like her version of MGTOW, be like WGTOW. Huberman would not provide the name of the detention center in which he says he was held for a month in high school. In a version of the story, Huberman tells on Peter Attia's podcast, he says, "We lost a couple kids, and a couple of kids deleted themselves while we were there. That's sad. New York was unable to find an account of this event." Andrew attended Gunn, a high-performing, high-pressure high school. Classmates described him as always with a skateboard. Sounds like a private school of sorts, because his parents did well. They remember him as pleasant, sweet, and not particularly academic. He would, says one former classmate, drop in on the half pipe where he was encouraging to other skaters. That's awesome, man. Andrew sounds like a great teenager. I mean, he was a cool individual kid, says another classmate. There was one year he bleached his hair and everyone was like, "Oh, that guy's cool." That's pretty awesome. It was a wealthy place, the kind of setting where the word au pair comes up frequently. And Andrew did not stand out to his classmates as out of control or unpredictable. They do not recall him getting into street fights, as Andrew claims he did. He was, says Andrew's father, a little bit troubled, yes, but it was not something super serious. What's interesting here is that his friends are kind of describing him as this well-mannered guy. Now you have these recent girlfriends of his who are all pissed off at him. But then you got his high school girlfriend coming out and these prior girlfriends that are like, no, he's actually a really emotionally intelligent person and he was good. We're on good terms. So there is a kind of contrasting balance between these pissed off women now and that are all in a toxic group chat, possibly. And these other women who are like, you know what we remember of Andrew wasn't that bad. Like he wasn't that bad of a guy. I'm glad that the article at least balanced it a little bit like that, even though this is kind of a hit piece. What does seem certain is that in his adolescence, Andrew became a regular consumer of talk therapy. In therapy, one learns to tell stories about one's experience.
A story one could tell is, I overcame immense odds to be where I am. Another is, the son of a Stanford professor. Born at Stanford Hospital, grows up to be a Stanford professor. Okay, yeah, see, so he was the son of a Stanford professor. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to plug in my phone to my audio interface. I might put the call-in line if anybody feels like calling in. The only rules are just don't be disrespectful, which I'm sure everybody here is. Awesome. Great. Let me just put this on silent. I made a Google Voice account specifically for Collins. I wanted to try a Collins show. So that'll be the number. I'm just testing this out to see if this adds anything fun to the show. Doesn't really show up here. Too bad, but we'll have to figure that out. Okay. I have never, says Ami. Yeah, if you have any thoughts and stuff you want to share about the story on Andrew Huberman, or if you, just have any comments on that, feel free to call in if you'd like. I don't know how this works to anybody who's like, I know Klaus is in Germany, so that I don't expect anybody to call in. Don't worry. Don't let this number pressure anybody. But it's like I just got a text now number, and I don't even know if this thing would work internationally. So full disclosure. All right. I have never, says Ami, so this was a prior relationship, met a man more interested in personal growth. Andrew's relationship to therapy remains intriguing. We were at dinner once, says Eve, and he told me something personal. Oh, shoot. And I suggested he talk to his therapist. He laughed it off like that wasn't ever going to happen. So I asked him if he lied to his therapist. He told me he did all the time. People high on psychopathy are good at deception, says Bus. I don't know if they're good at self-deception. With repeated listening to the podcast, one discerns a man undergoing in public an effort to understand himself. There are hours of talking about addiction, trauma, dopamine, and fear. Narcissism comes up consistently. One can see attempts to understand and also place where those attempts swerve into self-indulgence. There's a lot of thrown around, like especially when someone goes through a bad breakup of like that person was a narcissist, that person was a narcissist. And it always kind of makes me doubt, like, maybe that person wasn't that much of a narcissist. But, everybody says that whenever anybody's on the losing side of a breakup, it's always like, oh, the other person must have been a narcissist. I'm a complete victim. But I don't think that's always true. I will skip through some of this. I think we got most of what the hell these women are complaining about. Let's see. There is an argument to be made that it does not matter how a helpful podcaster conducts himself outside of the studio. A man unable to constrain his urges may still preach dopaminergic control to others. Morning sun remains salutary. Physiological sigh employed by this writer many times in the writing of this essay continues to affect calm. Oh, shit. One second, guys. Okay. The large and growing distance between Andrew Huberman and the man he continues to be may not even matter to those who buy questionable products he has recommended and from which he will materially benefit, or listeners who imagine a man in a white coat at work in Palo Alto. The people who definitively find the space between fantasy and reality to be a problem are women who fell for a podcaster who profess deep, sustained concern for their personal growth, and who, in his skyrocket, see this right here? This is using feminism against women in dating. By being concerned for their personal growth and making them believe you really want to help them on their mission of becoming strong and independent, makes them fall in love with you. And that seems to be what Andrew Huberman exploited here, if these women are to be believed. And who, in his skyrocketing influence, continue to project an image of earnest self-discovery. It is here in the false belief of two minds in synchronicity and exploration that deception leads to harm. It is here in the false belief of two minds in synchronicity and exploration See, this is the poetry of Andrew Huberman. He really sold him on this idea of like our minds are in sync. You know what I'm saying? We're exploring and growing together. That deception leads to harm. They fear it will lead to more. And see, this is the kind of thing, like if feminists had their way, they would want to make this like illegal. You know what I mean? But again, this is just the natural runoff of the destruction of traditional roles. I think someone like Andrew probably understands that traditional roles aren't coming back anytime soon. And he's just going with the best strategy. They fear it will lead to more. There's so much pain. This is the heartbreak, says Sarah, her voice breaking. Feeling we had made mistakes. We hadn't been enough. We hadn't been communicating. By making these other women into the other, I hadn't really given space for their hurt and let it sink in with me that it was so similar to my own hurt. 3 of the women on the group text met up in New York. Wow, they're meeting up in real life now in February, and the group has only grown closer. I guess that's the silver lining. They got some friends. On any given day, one of the 5 can go into an appointment and come back to 100 texts. Someone shared a Reddit thread in which a commenter claimed Huberman had a stable full of hoes, and another responded, I hope he thinks of us more like Care Bears. At which point they assigned themselves Care Bear names. Him, you're the only girl I let come to my apartment. Read a meme someone shared. Under it was a yellow lab looking extremely skeptical. They regularly use Andrew's usual response to explicit photos. To comment on pictures of one another's pets. They are holding space for other women who might join. Wow. I guess Andrew here really made it. I mean, now he's got a whole forum being created of women he's gone out with that just, kind of don't like him. This group has radicalized me, Sarah tells me. There has been so much processing. They are planning a weekend together this summer. It could have been sad or bitter, says Eve. We didn't jump in as besties, but real friendships have been built. It has been, in a strange and unlikely way, quite a beautiful experience. Okay, well, good for them. I figure we take a look at the comments here and just see what the comments say before we depart from this amazing New York Magazine article here. Oh my God, that's a long-ass comment. Another long-ass comment. All right, I guess that's just what it's going to be here. In November 2022, Andrew Huberman was on a spin-off podcast of Armchair Expert called Race to 35, which was about the 2 female hosts' journey through IVF. Huberman was brought on to talk about how IVF hormones work, though he admitted he has no expertise in the area and he's not a clinician, as is his usual disclaimer. Even at the time, I found Huberman to be an insufferable guest. Mansplaining sounds like... doesn't sound like a man wrote this comment. Mansplaining to the 2 hosts things about the process that they, in fact, knew more about than he did, having undergone the IVF process themselves. Well, I mean, Andrew Huberman's been through 4 rounds of IVF process with this Sarah woman. Klaus says, fascinating. All the emotional manipulating from both sides. Looks like that's one of the more rare cases where the guy is just good or better in this regard. I'd agree with you on that. I think it's definitely more of a rare case. And he just kind of beat them at their own game, definitively. Klaus, if you don't mind sharing more about what it's like in Germany. I haven't been to Europe since like 2009. I really need to make a trip out to Europe again. But I do hope things are not as bad in Germany as they are here in the U.S. I mean, this is kind of where we're at as far as dating goes. Not everybody's horrible, but stories like this are, however, not like, I mean, they maybe don't happen to this extreme where there's like 8 women. This is definitely a something he can exploit because he is who he is, but stuff on a smaller level happens like this, I'd say, pretty often. He kept making weird, out-of-turn penis jokes that the hosts nervously laughed through, including telling them that he likes to bring ice packs and saunas for his genitals because he's worried about his sperm shrinking. How does one even react to that? He spoke so quickly and confidently it was impossible for them to get a word in edgewise, let alone ask follow-up questions or correct any misinformation. I think this is Huberman's strategy. Say so much so fast, by the time you realize he's talking out of his depth, he's moved on to the next subject. What was most disturbing about this podcast episode in hindsight, after reading this article is that Huberman had been going through the IVF process with Sarah, there we go, while he was on Race to 35. Not that Huberman needed to reveal this piece of personal information, but he told the host that his knowledge came from having helped multiple friends' wives. Dude, that's a straight up lie, with their IVF injections, and added that he liked to joke that he had gotten their wives pregnant. That's pretty funny. Maybe it's true. I mean, maybe he did have friends that were doing that. I found that to be so weird and gross, not to mention that it made no sense. IVF shots are given every day at the same time for 2 weeks. There is no way Huberman showed up every day to administer shots for his friends' wives, especially now learning how flaky and unpredictable he is. Besides the morality of his character outlined in this article, which should be reason alone to leave him in the dust. See, this person wants to see him canceled. I mean, unless she means if you were going out with them, that's one thing. I think what is most alarming about Huberman is his flagrant need to speak on subjects about which he has no expertise. Every podcaster ever speaks about stuff they have no expertise on, because that's what makes podcasting fun. People want to talk about their ideas about anything. You know what I mean? And it's nice that we can get podcasts that do bring on the experts sometimes that we can all watch. He consistently dishes out medical advice when he is not a clinician, though he always offers a disclaimer at the top of the episode that he's not a doctor. I'm glad he does that. He says it as if he's being force-fed a spoonful of medicine that he doesn't want to take. Really, though, that is the most honest and useful piece of information he's given us. He's not an expert. He's not a doctor. No one should be listening to this man as if he is. This person, like, he sounds more like a narcissistic psychopath. I bet you the ex-husband of those 2 kids from that first woman, Sarah, probably says the same thing about Sarah. One narcissist meets another narcissist, and it's just like, yeah, that's what you're gonna get, you know. Except one person out narcissisted the other one. Let's see. It seems clear that most of the comments deriding the article are written by Huberman. It would be funny if New York Mag did a follow-up piece analyzing the psychology of these rebuttal comments. If it could be proven, it would be a hilarious, fascinating further takedown and more proof. Not that he would be hilariously fascinating further. Not that we need it. That this person is simply an extremely damaged individual trying his best to control the narrative. If he didn't hurt so many people in the process, I would almost have compassion. Like, this person in their imagination is just thinking Huberman's sitting here reading this article, leaving comments under some like pseudonyms. I don't think so. I really don't think so. Here's a comment that seems to be from the other side of the aisle. I don't think this article is relevant. It is closer to gossips than journalism. Okay, I get it. Andrew Huberman is a horrible lover and cheats on his girlfriends, but I really don't care about his personal life as long as the information on his podcasts are accurate and benefit me. He never proclaimed to be a role model or a perfect human being. He just reviews studies and makes a podcast about them, saving us the time it takes to gather and read all the different articles one by one. I don't follow his podcast because I think he is a good person. I follow his podcast because it is useful. The only parts about this article that were relevant were one, the disputable promotion of the AG1, which I agree with. I mean, yeah. But, you know, watching his podcast, I was never going to buy this. I mean, I think most people listen to whatever products are promoted by their favorite YouTubers with like a grain of salt. And they're like, maybe, unless it really speaks to you. The controversies around the studies he chose, and 3, his so-called Stanford lab. This article looked more like a personal attack rather than serious journalism. Yeah, I agree with that. So, yeah, well, that's Andrew Huberman. Man, I have more stuff to talk about. We're going on 2 hours. Damn, that took a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Oh, well. Well, shit, the hell with it. Let's see if we can find some. I wanted to talk about Michael B. Jordan. I was watching Coach Greg Adams, and he was doing a little segment on Michael B. Jordan, basically. And Michael B. Jordan was in Black Panther. He's Killmonger, who's also on my shelf right here. And basically, like, it seems like Michael B. Jordan is going the Andrew Huberman strategy, and he's also doing the Leonardo DiCaprio strategy. Leonardo DiCaprio is someone who just kind of switches out women as soon as they hit 25, and he doesn't care about getting married or having kids. He's like, whatever. I'm just an actor and I don't care about having a family and I don't want to deal with any of this BS. I'm just going to go out with, Victoria's Secret models while they're like 19 and 20. And it's not illegal. So that's what he does. Andrew Huberman, as we just saw, has like 7 to 8 women that he's just flying around the country, or he's flying them out. He's got it going on. He's on the top of the world right now. Michael B. Jordan, from what I can recall about him, my buddy was telling me this. He was actually going out with Steve Harvey's daughter, Lori Harvey. And so I guess they were going out for a bit. Michael B. Jordan broke his silence on public breakup from Lori Harvey. And apparently it was a heartbreaking breakup for him. So he must have really liked her. And things just kind of went downhill. So some of the article I'm going to read to you after this one, I want to preface it with this, because it could just be his heartbreak speaking right now, not exactly like his true thoughts on things. I don't want to say Michael B. Jordan is red-pilled, but what we do know is that so they were dating for a little bit over a year, and it was a heartbreaking breakup with model Lori Harvey, which is, Steve Harvey's daughter. Michael and Lori are both completely heartbroken. They still love each other. Like, see, this is the kind of stuff I don't believe. Michael is heartbroken. Lori Harvey broke up with him and is therefore probably relieved that she's now out of this relationship. If we're being honest. They still love each other, a source told People. Michael matured a lot over the course of their relationship and was ready to commit for the long term. Yep, see, Michael wanted to commit for the long term. He was probably willing to marry this woman. He let down his guard with her, opening up emotionally in a romantic relationship for the first time. There you go. He became emotionally vulnerable. He was like, I love you, baby. You're the one for me. This is the one-itis we see, okay? After unfollowing Harvey on social media, Jordan has remained silent on the split until now. Nearly 8 months later, Harvey has moved on with her new man. Oh my God. So Lori Harvey has a new man, Damon Idris. And Jordan is able to joke about the whole thing. I went through my very first public breakup, the Black Panther actor said in his opening monologue. Most people after a breakup are like, I'm going to get in better shape, but I was already in Creed shape. Man, this is something I always wonder about too. Like, if you're in the best shape of your life and you're in love and she breaks up with you, everybody's like, get in the gym, bro. Get in the gym, bro. But it's like, what the hell? What if you have already been in the gym and you're at the best shape you ever were in your life? Like, what do? I mean, is the advice like, you know what? Just start eating cupcakes and just get comfortable with yourself. Like, you know what? Just be a fat ass. If you can be comfortable with yourself, that's how you get past the heartbreak. And then later on, when you're not heartbroken anymore, get back into shape. But, if you can squat, 300 pounds already, and you go in there and you break your PR and you're squatting 305 now, I don't know if that's going to help you get over the heartbreak. Most people after a breakup are like, I'm going to get in better shape, but I was already in Creed shape. So I had to be like, all right, I guess I'll learn a new language. That's funny. He added, anyway, estoy on Raya. Hear that? 1 million women in LA just opened the app and started furiously swiping. So now he's on Raya. See, that's that same app we were talking about earlier that the celebrities go on. So anyways, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Another thing I think that sucks is like, I think probably in his mind, this would have been a really good pairing, right? Like you have Lori Harvey, the daughter of the, extremely successful Steve Harvey. She's an heiress to Steve Harvey's fortune to some extent. Michael B. Jordan would then be marrying into a well-established family, an elite family, a Hollywood elite family, which would be ultimately good for him. This would be actually a very strong matchup. He's built a career for himself. He would marry into the Harvey family. She'd marry it with him. She probably doesn't make the income he makes, but she would at least be an heiress to the Steve Harvey wealth, which would ultimately be better for the children that those two would probably have. And now the breakup happens. So now he's like, damn, that sucks. Mr. Pitt says, MB Jordan was sort of bullied into dating a black woman after he was called out on social media for not having done so after finding success. Wow, I didn't know that. I don't think he was truly head over heels for her. Well, that's an interesting bit of information. That's a little sad if that's the case. And they dated over a year. Yeah, I'd probably have to look in to see what he usually dates. I mean, I guess if he usually dates white women or something, then. But still, that's not just. I mean, he should be able to date whoever he wants. He doesn't have to date a black woman. But as far as, I mean, even a black or whatever goes, I mean, I think she would have been a great match for him just because of where she comes from. Like if they were considering marriage, this would be a good marriage material. Though he would still be at risk of a very nasty divorce, because just because Steve Harvey has money doesn't mean she does. So if they got married 7 years later and they broke up and she doesn't have a real job, because she's been living off daddy's money this whole time, this guy would get screwed. So, I mean, it's probably good that it's over. Yo, Trevor, good morning, man. Hey, Trevor, I just wanted to say I saw your super chat, and I do appreciate you for that. And I want to say Happy Easter to you, as I know you said Happy Easter there in the chat. And I know it was 3 a.m. for you. So, thanks for coming in, man. We did just talk about the Andrew Huberman article, and we read the hit piece on him all the way through, and we found out that Andrew Huberman is actually an undercover red pill bro. You know how there's like undercover feminists? He's undercover red pill. So yeah. But yeah, that's a great point, Mr. Pitt. I'll have to keep that in mind. Klaus says, yeah, get more successful, but what are the options for someone like Jeff Bezos after his divorce? Yeah, I mean, that Jeff Bezos has won the game, right? And that doesn't work, right? And then that's how you can understand like high value man and high value target tend to become the same thing, because it's like your interactions with women, kind of irrespective of your money and success, is kind of a different thing. And who knows? If Jeff Bezos had like a stable of like 5 women like Andrew Huberman, maybe his wife wouldn't have left him. She'd probably be like, oh, I'm so in love with this guy and I hate that he cheats on me, but I'll never leave him because he's mine, you know, sadly. Did you talk about Steven Crowder's divorce? Not yet. That was one thing I wanted to talk about. I was thinking about making an independent video about it, but there has been a whole can of worms opened up on the Steven Crowder divorce recently. An ex-employee came out and tried to accuse him of some stuff, and he's basically working with Hillary Crowder, his ex-wife. And there was a leaked email from Hillary Crowder's father basically saying that like they hired a very specific PR guy to be on the legal team in order to reputation destroy Steven Crowder, basically. So that came out, and all the conservative trad wives rushed to basically defend Hillary Crowder. But it's just, you're seeing a tweet war between them, between the trad wives, the conservative trad wives, and other people, and it's basically revealing that the trad wives are actually undercover feminists themselves. So it is a deep thing. Then the Crowder camp came out to basically undo some of the misinformation that Hillary's team was putting out there. And it also came out that Hillary Crowder has been receiving $25,000 a month in temp support. And, she's making it seem like she's got nothing, from the marriage. But either way, Steven Crowder is going to get raked over the coals when it comes to this marriage. Typically in marriages that are like this high profile, the judge will award like temporary support. And what'll happen is that the case takes a long time because they're doing discovery. They're trying to find out how much money does Steven Crowder actually have. They're hiring forensic accountants, all these things. Once the divorce judgment actually comes and they have their final information, they're like, this is how much you're paying. He's probably going to be paying Hillary Crowder a lot more than $25K. That's my guess. I don't know how much he's making, but the judge is probably like, okay, we think you're making this much. Here's $25K for now. When we find out what you're actually making, we're going to go retroactively modify that $25K a month to make up for the difference that you should have been paying her. And into the future, you're going to be paying this much. Plus, you're going to be paying this much in alimony plus child support. My guess is he's going to be paying her a lot more. But there's been a lot of controversy there, definitely. And there is some stuff to react to. Pearl's put out some pretty good videos about it. She's kind of been like the frontline soldier on Twitter for Steven Crowder, and has been kind of the punching bag of a lot of the trad wives who are angry at her. So, that's ongoing. That's ongoing. I wanted to make a video about that yesterday. I got sick on like Friday night, and yesterday I was in bed all day, and it was crazy. I thought I was going to have to wear sunglasses today because my eye was swollen, but then it like magically got better. So we were spared from me having to become another sunglasses bro. But yeah, so getting into this, so that's interesting to hear about Michael B. Jordan. Well, I hope he's not pressured into being with whoever he likes. You know, that's not cool. But let's see, was it People Magazine? I think it was People. So Michael B. Jordan, this is recently, this is March 14th. Michael B. Jordan says he struggles with loneliness, goes back and forth on wanting a relationship. Now see that might be the what you can say is the runoff from the heartbreak, possibly. He's possibly heartbroken. But kind of what I'm seeing here is a similar, you know, Leonardo DiCaprio, Andrew Huberman style of strategy, because it's like, what is this guy supposed to do? He's the sexiest man alive, and it's sad that like this guy can't find somebody to get married. But he probably knows how bad it'll be if he gets divorced. He says the worst part of that is the feeling like nobody really understands. Jordan said during an appearance on the On Purpose with Jay Shetty podcast. Michael B. Jordan is getting candid about romance. During an appearance on Monday's episode of the On Purpose with Jay Shetty podcast, the actor and filmmaker admitted he goes back and forth between wanting partnership and then not knowing what's the best partner for me. And honestly, you know, this is where my mind goes, but I see the word partnership and I can see the reason he doesn't want a partnership. It's because he doesn't want a partner. What he wants probably is a submissive wife. But he can't come out and say that. Not if you're Michael B. Jordan, unless you want to like lose your spot in Hollywood. But apparently partnership is not good enough. You know what I mean? And if you're this guy, Michael B. Jordan, and you're one of the sexiest men alive, according to some outside source, let me verify that. I don't want to be making that up. Michael B. Jordan, sexiest man alive. Oh, here we go. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan was crowned sexiest man alive by People Magazine and as 2020's sexiest man alive. Yeah, so there you go. So that did happen. So that's not untrue. Bringing them into my world, what I got going on isn't easy. Yeah, and I'm so busy out here working, doing this Hollywood movies, having to be gone. I need a wife who's going to be agreeable and submissive. And not be like Tom Brady's ex-wife who got mad at him even though she was cheating on him the whole time because he wanted to do another season of football or whatever the story is. Jordan, 37, added of his busy lifestyle. And it's not just I love you, you love me, that should be enough, right? It's not quite that simple. Yeah, it's not quite that simple because what he needs is a woman who's going to understand that he's a busy guy out here. And he wants to come home to peace. You know, he's not going to want to come home to someone that's like pissed at him because she feels like she hasn't been seen or heard enough. For the actor, finding the right person to understand all of me. See now, this is going to be double speak. You know what I mean? This is just PR speak. But then all that comes with me as well would be paramount for him to consider another romantic relationship. Okay. Jordan was most recently linked to Lori Harvey, whom he split from circa June 2022 after dating for a year and a half. And understanding that balance between wanting to be available and there for that person while I'm juggling everything else and feeling okay to put the other part of my businesses down, Jordan said of his perspective on a potential future partner. The conversation came about when host Jay Shetty asked what Jordan considers the best and worst parts of himself. After raving about being Uncle Mike, the actor said, I love multitasking. I love juggling, the balancing act that I do. The worst part is the loneliness that comes with that. It ain't easy at the top. There's a loneliness that I have. The responsibility that you have is isolating, and the weight is isolating, he continued. So I think the worst part of that is the feeling like nobody really understands and sometimes falling into the spaces of just being alone, feeling alone. See, and that, like, that's the thing too. It's just like a lot of women who are predatory and they're like, I want this really, really, really successful guy. A lot of them probably don't understand that, like, what comes with that is a lot of loneliness for the woman too, because he's going to be so busy being successful. I mean, that's what you have to kind of sacrifice and give up in that relationship. And women think they want that, but then when they get that, it's like that ability to just hit the parachute with family law court and just dip out with the money or to start cheating on the guy is probably going to take over, unfortunately. And he knows that, you know. Um, asked how Asked how he, as the former People's sexiest man alive, finds love, Jordan joked to Shetty 36, I revert back to the last question. It's very lonely, so he doesn't want to say. I mean, I'm sure this guy's out here with, 4 or 5 women chilling. He's probably doing the Andrew Huberman approach. In all seriousness, the sacrifice, the compromise that comes with the partnership and a relationship. In understanding how to make that all work, sometimes it gives me anxiety and pause, he said. You can almost translate this as like he's basically saying like you don't even know what like partnership could just be striked here. You can just say that it comes with a relationship. But traditional roles are so destroyed that like even he doesn't know what a relationship looks like in 2024. And just thinking about it gives him anxiety. He's like, it's more trouble than it's worth. These ladies out here are just making it hard for everybody. And if Michael B. Jordan can't figure this out, then we got real problems. The Black Panther star also acknowledged that there's a part of him that really has not really lived life yet. For example, he hasn't really traveled as much for fun, with the exception of his trip to Japan last spring. I'm looking forward to that part of my life. I gotta start living. I've sacrificed and I've zoned in for so long, I owe it to myself a little bit to do that. Yeah, and this also translates as I just want to enjoy life, and if I get married and settle down now, and literally end up in a crap situation where I possibly throw it away and end up in a Steven Crowder situation, 5, 7 years in, 10 years in, how the hell am I supposed to even enjoy my life if I'm just going to do that? You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's like, if we lived in a different time, Michael B. Jordan could get married, have kids, and take that trip to Japan with his wife and kids. No problem. You know what I mean? And it's like, on the surface, there should be no reason why he can't do that now, but for some reason he feels like he can't do that. And I think a lot of that has to do with just how shaky relationships are nowadays. But it's just like, man, I don't know, is it worth it? Screwing myself over? If he has a relationship and it goes bad, it's the talk of the town. I mean, he's a Hollywood celebrity. We're reading an article about it. What if this woman leaves him and it's just like Michael B. Jordan was abusive? You know what I mean? That could be the end of his career. But it would take a very special... And while he's not looking for a romantic partner, he would welcome the right one into his life. But it would take a very special person to understand and grow with me, Jordan said. Noting in addition, yeah, and that is not the modern 2024 woman, which is, like we read in that last article that Michael Huberman was dealing with, chaotic, super assertive and strong and this and that. And it just ain't going to work. A very special person to understand and grow with me, Jordan said. Noting, in addition, I want a family eventually. So, yeah, it's tough out here, even if you're Michael B. Jordan. So that's kind of rough and is a little sad, unfortunately. Let's see. Let's see one more story. I don't know if you remember this guy. I think I'll take a little break for a second. So I've been talking continuously now for almost 3 hours with no water. And but this story right here is crazy, and I thought it was worth going over. There was a viral TikTok that went pretty crazy on Twitter also, and it's her talking about her dad's like a break, because this guy does breakdancing, and he's like in his 60s or something. Oh yeah, I'm doing a call-in show, Trevor, so I made a text now number where anybody can call in while the number's up, like if someone wants to call in. The thing is though, man, I don't know if it works for people outside of the US, and I realize you're in Australia, Klaus is in Germany, but obviously my viewership isn't there to justify a call-in show, but I figured the hell with it because I got this new audio interface, which I'm pretty excited about. And it has a section in there that you can plug in your phone, and it's just like a call-in radio show. I still love call-in radio shows, but when I was a kid, I used to watch these guys called Armstrong, or listen to these guys called Armstrong and Getty. I like listening to Dave Ramsey also, and I don't know. I just think the whole call-in feature is cool. So one of these days, I could try WhatsApp maybe. Yeah. No pressure, man. No pressure. You know what? I'll just take it down for now. Yeah. Let's see. I don't want anybody trolling me. Internet, you know what I'm saying? Okay. But anyways, yeah, this guy goes viral for breakdancing, and then his daughter comes out and is like, "Oh my God, my dad's going viral for breakdancing." But he was actually an absent father. So she starts talking smack about her own dad. Like, this guy finally gets some moment in the spotlight, you know. This guy made a video kind of debunking what she said, and she was like, "No, the divorce I had with Maddie's mom, that's the daughter's name, was actually really contentious, and I wanted to see my kid, but she made it really hard." And then there was like 3 or 4 back and forths of these. So I don't know if you guys are familiar. If you're not familiar, I was gonna skip it through, but maybe we could watch from the beginning because he does a little bit of a.
Okay, get ready for a pretty amazing story that includes this judge, Judge Leslie Alden, putting me in jail for contempt of court as part of my divorce case. And she gave me a 1-year sentence.
Yo, isn't that messed up? Because this guy was literally not able to pay. He's going to tell us later. This guy was not able to pay some of the money that was owed to his wife. And he had already paid like $1.8 million at the time. Something crazy. We're going to hear all the details. But he owed her like some other 100,000 or something. And the wife had already gone after his clients and subpoenaed the clients for his business. And the people didn't want to be involved in a case, so they just stopped being his clients. So he wasn't able to get money. And he's trying to explain that to the judge, and the judge threw him in jail with a 1-year sentence. Is that not crazy? We're going to hear this crazy story. And the reason I'm sharing this story with you guys is because I want to show you why Andrew Huberman and why Michael B. Jordan are not committing right now, because the story is like this.
Now, the instant I stepped into the courtroom and saw her, I knew I was dead in the water. So we'll get back to this. Okay, time to get a glass of wine or your favorite beverage. Sit back, relax, get ready for an amazing story. As some of you know who have been following this, my 24-year-old daughter, Maddie, has come out with another video telling the world that I abandoned the family.
Can you kind of explain a little bit of the controversy?
Of course. Okay, so for
Man, now she's on all the podcasts now. Oh my God.
anybody who is
Literally, it's called bad behavior.
listening who doesn't know me, which is probably most people because I'm literally not famous.
Millions of
Unfortunately.
followers.
Unfortunately, though, I have become semi-famous literally just in like Republican hate circles. Most recently, I made a video about my dad because my dad abandoned my family when I was little, and he like went on to become a pretty famous breakdancer. And I made a video that was like very funny, tongue-in-cheek about that. But because my dad is like a huge Republican, huge Bitcoiner, like he's so bizarre, he has this sort of cultish following around him.
God.
And in the video that he posted, he's like wearing a Bitcoin t-shirt. He has an American flag behind him. Like he's like, oh, and then Elon Musk responded to my dad's video being like, "You're awesome. Like you're an awesome dad. You're awesome." So that got all of the Elon Musk fans after me. It was sort of just a whole controversial moment in my life.
It's just so sad that like she says her dad like abandoned her, but we're going to see the receipts. And like, this is just the thing you run into. Like a lot of women you meet out here dating are going to be like, I'm traumatized. But like, you're going to see like how this quote unquote trauma of what she's talking about in her life.
So this should be your screenplay, right?
America went super viral, etc., etc. But she added that he wouldn't pay her medical bills. Then comes Ben, stage name Benihana, with a 10-minute reaction video and some pretty good-natured corrections. He claimed he lived close by after the divorce, did pay medical bills, child support,
these were
put
the
money into a college
connections.
fund to the tune of around.
I don't like the
Benihana
background
does
music.
unfortunately go.
I don't
I
like
need
the
to supply
background music.
more information.
I really am writing a screenplay.
Would we feel differently if Ben was less of a comic character or was just like less good-natured about the whole thing? Would she still have posted it if she knew he was going to see it? But whatever your thoughts are on internet call-outs, I think we can all agree with this comment. Benihana does unfortunately go so crazy.
With this like breakdancing dad stuff, it's so bizarre and it's so ridiculous, and like, yeah, like I literally am writing a screenplay about it. Like, and I've been working on that screenplay for like months.
Man, you got no stories. If you're going to be a writer and you got to write about something like this, like you have no ideas. Like you're just fresh out of ideas. I'm sorry.
How do you like tolerate this? Do you just like block it out?
The dad stuff is the worst because it's like my actual real life. So honestly, the dad controversy has been the hardest to deal with because like it is hard having people in my comments who don't know anything being like, your dad is awesome.
So I need to supply
I almost got to walk that back. It's like with all this hype, if there was not this hype around that, then writing that screenplay will be useless. But only because of this guy, possibly it can get picked up.
More information about this saga. Information that Maddie and the kids probably have not heard before. As I've said, I don't really blame my daughter for these very inaccurate videos that she's been putting out. I put the blame on her mom, my ex-wife, Betsy. Now let me
there's Betsy.
recap what's happened so far for those of you who have missed it. Then we'll delve deeper into some of the crazier stuff that I've skipped over.
Another thing, I do got to pause it every now and then. I'll try not to be annoying about it, but it's like if YouTube picks up something, they can shut the stream down if they're like you're just watching someone else's something. You know?
Okay, here's a quick recap.
Fair use.
Okay, I wake up at 6 a.m. to do some work. I get my coffee. I sit down. I open my computer. And what am I greeted with? Well, hundreds of comments calling me a deadbeat dad, a child abandoner, and all manner of other insults. So I think, what's this all about? Well, after a few minutes of investigation, I discover that my daughter, Maddie, has made a video about me. She's a screenwriter in Hollywood. She's also a big social media influencer. Some of her videos get millions of views. And this video has 1 million likes, 20,000 comments, 40,000 bookmarks, 30,000 reposts. So I thought I'd better watch this video. And frankly, I was pretty chagrined by what I heard, to say the least.
My dad abandoned my family when I was 5 years old. That is a wife and 4 kids. He abandoned us and then pursued amateur breakdancing. Became like
It's like almost guaranteed that the mom was the one that probably wanted the divorce.
the oldest actively competing breakdancer in the world. Here, I'll show you.
To see, take a look at this 60-year-old breakdancer. Yes, 60 years old. Amazing. That's Ben Hart. He's competing at a breakdancing competition in Philadelphia.
This guy wouldn't pay my medical bills.
That is not true. Almost everyone I knew had seen this video and was asking me about it. Now, I told Maddie I liked 98% of her video, but that there were some significant inaccuracies in there, like about me not paying medical bills. That's just not true. And the implication was that I was some kind of deadbeat dad. I paid her mom millions of dollars in alimony, child support, put hundreds of thousands of dollars into the kids' college funds, paid for their health insurance, of course, and out-of-pocket medical costs, as I should have. The result was that the kids were able to live in a wealthy suburb of Chicago, attend top colleges, and pursue very good careers.
That's crazy. This guy gets absolutely fleeced. One thing I want to point out is like I feel so bad that this guy like lost all his money on the divorce, but my hope is that he bought Bitcoin in the early days and that he has like a huge stash of like millions of dollars of Bitcoin that like just made this bearable for him, because he seems to have a great attitude, especially when you hear about how horrible the story is, like when he went to jail and all these unjust things that happened to him when they threw him in the dungeon. And it's just like, I think the only thing that could make him this happy now is, I don't know, some kind of happy ending like that, you know.
Anyways, I asked Maddie to take down her video and at least correct the damaging inaccuracies. It just wasn't true that I wasn't covering medical costs. I told her almost everyone I know had seen it, including clients. It had the potential to hurt my business, hurt me professionally. And some key parts of her video just aren't true. And I certainly don't think she meant any harm by her first video. But she declined to take down her video because she said her video had gone viral. It was everywhere. So she didn't want to take it down. So I came back a day or so later and told her that I had posted a response video on X. I told her the video response is very mild and very
X is Twitter.
positive. It just corrects a couple of inaccuracies. And at that point, my video on X only had a few hundred views. She watched my video and seemed to like it, thought it was funny. So then I suggested, since you aren't going to take down your video and correct it, I would at least like you to post my response video on your feed. But she declined. So I really had no choice but to put up my response video to set the record straight, even if it only gets 200 views, which is about what I expected. Well, then my response video really started to blow up. It hit 1 million views in about 12 hours.
Wow.
Then 5 million views, 10 million views, 20 million views, and on up from there. Maddie's mom started to freak out, sent me long text messages telling me to take my video down.
The mom, who's like used to probably having her way with this guy, like he's probably, accepted most of whatever her requests are and been compliant with them, the mom probably still feels that like she can manipulate him into doing stuff. And glad he hasn't took anything down.
I'm like, but Maddie's video
This is the mom that sent him to jail.
was still up and has 7 million views, and that's just on TikTok. Plus, Maddie has posted a much more negative second video, full of inaccuracies. Now, I don't blame Maddie at all for any of this. She's just repeating the brainwashing and propaganda that she's been hearing from her mom for the last 19 years.
Exactly. And you know what's crazy? In the first video, he was so much more charitable. Like, he refused to say anything bad about the mom or anything. But now that it's gotten worse, now he has to like come out and explain what really happened. Like, because he was doing his best to not make his daughter look bad, which I actually respect a lot, you know, he's being a good dad. But it's just gotten to the point now where the women just continually want to emotionally terrorize him. What's he gonna do?
Okay, so anyways, let's take a look at Maddie's follow-up video.
I know my dad posted like a 10-minute video or whatever being like, you know, my daughter's lying. We have a great relationship. I have a great relationship with all my kids. That's just objectively not true. Like, guys, we're all freaking out about this in my family group chat right now. We're being like, he's so unhinged and delusional. We don't know if he actually believes his own narrative or if he's lying on purpose, but he's just like a
Man,
weird
that is gaslighting and manipulation, like at its best.
guy. Yeah, he said he lived down the street from us. That's not true. Or like if he did, it was only for a few months.
And it's like, you know, they're calling this guy a deadbeat dad who paid them millions of dollars, lived a mile down the street, did his best to see them. He puts receipts of the of him with the kids and videos and all these kinds of things he did with the kids. And it's like, I worked at the child support agency. Like, I know what an actual deadbeat dad looks like. A deadbeat dad is just silence and nothing. No money, not a single dollar, not helping out with shit, not seeing the kids. The mom's in there in the office crying because life's miserable for her and these children. That's what a deadbeat dad looks like. But this guy has tried his absolute best. Trevor says, reminds me so much like my dysfunctional divorced family. Trevor, my good buddy, that is most of us folks. Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't want to get into this.
Unfortunately, it's a hallmark of our more modern culture.
And like my video was basically like sanitizing the situation and like poking fun at the lightest parts of that childhood trauma, but obviously
there we go, the childhood trauma. Okay, let's hear what the trauma was.
It was a lot more like complicated and traumatic, and it was really hard. He left us, immediately married another woman. We didn't hear from him for years, and then he would visit every few months and we'd go out to dinner, but like he truly had no hand in raising us at all. He gave us some money growing up. I honestly don't know the nitty gritty of the financial situation. I really, really don't. Bottom line is this guy was a completely absent father.
Okay, so let's roll tape to see what childhood was actually like for my kids. And let's see how my relationship was with the kids even after the divorce. And even after very ugly legal proceedings.
Oh, there
we
she
have
is.
with us here Maddie Hart. She is a YouTube specialist. How many videos, Maddie, do you have on YouTube now?
About 54.
And what is your goal?
One day I want to be a partner.
What does that mean?
It means you get paid to make videos. Yeah.
Oh, there, see, we got. I'm just gonna put the music down a bit just so I don't get. We got all the family videos. Does that look like a deadbeat dad? He's got the camera. He's making the memories. I mean, and he really lays them out. You know, okay, look, there he is.
We gotta get over that sandbar. You're looking good. Here comes the big one. Yeah, Photoshop?
Yeah.
You want Photoshop?
Yeah.
You know, and like, there's just a ton of these. Like, we got the skiing trip. Oh my God, the family vacations, the kayaking. I mean,
Hi, Maddie.
Hi.
So what are your reflections on the day?
It was pretty good, except for this really mean lady.
There was a mean lady, yeah. But we took care of her.
It cost me $5.
Okay, any reflections on the day, Victoria? What did you get? What kind of ice cream did you get?
Oh, I didn't get ice cream.
oh yeah. Oh my God, here's the graduation from the middle school. Oh, we gotta put the music down. Yep, see, there he is. There's the graduation. Oh my God, they're having so much fun. Oh, look, oh my God, is that a buffalo? They went to a national park somewhere? Wow. Most normal people, I mean, that don't got families with this kind of money are lucky to be able to go on some family trips like this. Like this is already getting up there in like ability for normal families. Oh my God. Yep. Yep. Oh, there. Yep. There. Oh, there's the there he is. There he is. Every step of the way. Mm-hmm. Got the whole family out there. There's some, what's that? Tiramisu. This daughter is older now. There's the son. Yeah, dad wasn't there. Dad abandoned us. Dad was a deadbeat dad. Okay. Yep.
And if you'd like to see the first 2 videos on this saga, I've linked to those below.
Mr. Pitt says, he was a completely absent father. The trauma. Father literally releases a montage music video documenting his involvement. I know, right? And it's like, he was able to, that was a long montage right there. I mean, most good fathers probably don't even have that much content to make. That's just so funny. You know what I mean? And then some guy's going to end up in a relationship with Maddie, and Maddie's going to be like, I have so much trauma, and she's going to use that as an excuse to treat that guy like crap. And, you know, the thing I realized from this, just before we go further, is that, like, it seems like every woman who acts horrible has, like, the coolest dad. Like, this guy would be the coolest father-in-law. But is it worth putting up with Maddie to be able to know this guy? No, it's not worth it. And it's just like, it's almost like telling me that, like, you know, you have to be a hard ass if you want your daughter to grow up into a decent person. And if you're just too nice to your kids, they're going to grow up to be like, oh, you're a deadbeat. You know, it's like, I don't know.
Now, honestly, I thought I had overcome all this brainwashing of the kids by my ex-wife. I thought I had a great relationship with my daughters, especially since they became adults. Everything was going fine, I thought. Here we were last Christmas, 90 days ago. We all had a great time.
Wow.
I even thought I was getting along fine with my ex-wife, Betsy. Just last year, I swung by her house to pick up the kids for dinner. One of the kids was late, was out with a friend or something, so Betsy invited me to come into the house for a glass of wine. 3 of the kids were there, and we had a perfectly fine conversation, perfectly pleasant. Then the kids and I went out for dinner, and we all had a great time as usual. I thought the fact that Betsy had invited me into her house for a glass of wine was good progress. I was encouraged. But now this saga has taken a more negative turn, and all the indicators point to my ex-wife, Betsy, as the manipulator.
Oh, there she is. Yep, there's the ex-wife. We got the feminist hairstyle right here. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, that's what it is. He probably got bait and switched super hard. Klaus says, now you have to even record your family life to have proof for that. It's getting more ridiculous every day. Exactly. And it's like the only reason this guy probably had video cameras back then is because of his business or his clients or whatever. Most normal guys like aren't going to be like YouTube experts before, you know, when YouTube was new, you know, and that's the sad part. But Klaus, you bring up a good point. Yeah. It's like you got to have documentation of everything.
As the well poisoner. In every video.
Short haircut is an instant giveaway. Hell yeah, it is. I'm willing to bet, Mr. Pitt, that it started off as long hair and then, like, you know, by the time Maddie was like 5 or 6, it became short hair.
Video that Maddie puts out, she says I abandoned the family. And none of my daughters are talking to me right now. Only my son Peter is talking.
Thank God the son has the sense to be able to keep a relationship with his dad. He probably sees what's going on. He's just like, I don't want to deal with none of this, but I love you, Dad. And the daughters, unfortunately, are just poisoned by the mom. That's just such a sad thing, man. He seems like such a good guy, too.
Talking to me. So I think I need to tell a more complete story. A story that the kids have never heard before. I have really 2 goals with this video. Number 1, I think this information might help a lot of dads out there to avoid some of the mistakes that I've made.
You know, he put this on Twitter, and I left him a comment, and I was like, wow, what a crazy story. Thank you so much for educating us. Like, I told him that, and he liked my comment. And because really, him putting out this story to let the rest of us know, this is gold right here. Like, I mean, we need to understand this.
Whether you were recently divorced or not yet divorced. I say not yet divorced because about half of marriages end in divorce. And about 50% of married couples who are not yet divorced, well, their marriages are hanging by a thread. Goal number 2. My kids have never heard the whole story of what happened. They've heard one side from their mom, Betsy, my ex-wife.
See that? Okay, there's the older photo. Much longer hair. Klaus, I like what you're saying about the eyes, but it's like, if you look at this, I mean, she looks like almost damn near a young Anne Hathaway. I mean, maybe the hair, I don't know what it is. But yeah, she looks a lot more nice here. You know what I mean? This is the agreeable Betsy, right? Betsy looked awesome here, but then if we go to that prior, what was that? What are we at? 1335. See if we can. Damn it! It's not going to show me the frame where Betsy's on. But that other photo of Betsy was like the complete opposite. The short hair. She looks like she's just angry and pissed compared to this. You know what I mean? Those eyes are bad news. Yeah.
And I think it's been a very distorted story.
Oh my God.
And a very incomplete story. Now I'm not going to get into all
the family album photos are just take this video to the next
level. Led to the divorce. Who cheated on who and who cheated first? Let's just say there were a lot of factors that created a very unstable marriage.
See that? And he refuses to say who cheated first. And it's like everything this guy has done in all of his previous videos was to be charitable, to not throw shade at the other side. And just because that's his history, my guess is that she cheated first. But he doesn't want to be like, well, my ex-wife cheated on me and that's why this, because he's trying to take the high road here. Now, that's speculation, but that is my speculation.
And we can get into that later if Betsy wants to. But I'm just going to talk here about what happened after the separation in 2004 and the divorce in 2005, because I made every mistake possible. I basically did not protect myself legally at all. First off, I gave Betsy 97% of the family assets.
Oh my God.
And left myself with 3%.
And he probably did it because he's like, well, the kids are going to be living with her. I need to make sure my family has this money.
Which actually left me with 0 because the 3% I had was quickly consumed by the lawyers. I did this because I knew I had a business and I could build back up. And of course I wanted the kids to feel secure, to let them know that they would have nothing to worry about financially.
And he's talking like a guy who's still in love with his wife when the divorce happened. You know, if he was the one who broke out of it and stuff, or like hated her or something, or wasn't attracted to her anymore, he probably would have acted a lot more rationally. But what he finds out later is that she probably was not in love with him. She probably had no care to ever get back together with him. Maybe he thought there was hope. And that's why he's like, let me do the right thing and leave the quote unquote right thing and leave 90% of my money in your hands and just make it an easy divorce. But boy, was he wrong.
And money is just not something I've ever been very concerned about. I knew I could.
And you know, Mr. Pitt, we got to understand, it's like this guy, probably when his divorce happened, like he didn't have like, unfortunately, like a lot of the stuff we talk about wasn't common knowledge. You know what I mean? Like he's like probably one of the first guys that was going through the machine, or at least still going through it blindly before men started comparing notes.
Always make money. At any rate, after I posted my first video in response to Maddie's video, Betsy wrote me a long text message full of invective, asking why I was using exaggerated numbers in terms of what I paid for alimony, child support, college costs, and the other costs over the years. Then I had this text conversation with my oldest daughter, Tori. I said, "Hey Tori, give me a call when you get a chance." Tori answered, quote, "Hi Dad, I love you, but not right now. It's time for me to cut off communication. The video you posted was full of lies and just dragging Mom
They
and
got the Tori. See, Tori's been poisoned. Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking for Dad.
20 years after the fact, and you're just letting that happen. I'm distancing myself for the time being." End quote. I answered, quote, "My video was not full of lies. Maddie posted an attack on me that my client saw. I had no choice but to answer. I asked Maddie to take her video down. She refused because it was going viral. I was trending on TikTok. I asked her to post my video on her feed, which is an accurate video. She liked my video, thought it was funny, but declined. So I posted it on my feed because everyone had seen Maddie's video. So I had to answer. I answered in the nicest, low-key way possible. But then I started
guys, if you're watching and you haven't liked the video yet, please hit the like button. That really helps me.
Thinking, what are all these supposed lies that Tori is talking about? Tori is a good person. She must think there are lies in my video. And Maddie has put up at least 4 videos now where she continues to say that I abandoned the family, which I believe that I've proven is not true at all. And the problem is my kids have no clue what the real story is. Now what some people in the comments are saying is, why put all this on video for public viewing? Well, because the girls are not talking to me right now. And the only way to deliver information to
Trevor, are you talking about this video or the stream? This one is by Ben Hart. I can put this in right here. Copy. Let me put that in the YouTube. Paste. There we go. Yep, there it is. All right, let's move on.
Them is to put it up on video. Now perhaps the so-called lie that Tori is referring to, and that Betsy is referring to, is the approximately $2 million lump sum that Betsy received at the end of the marriage, at the start of the
$2 million right off the bat.
divorce, and the $5 million total that she and the kids received.
Oh my God. So $2 million right at the divorce with an accumulated, oh yeah, no worries, Trevor, with an accumulated of $5,000 altogether.
Ensuing years, until each of the kids reached age 22.
That's going to be the child support. 22!
Now
Wow.
these were estimates off the top of my head from...
He probably lives in a state where child support goes, where the emancipation is 21 and not 18. I'll have to look that up. But, you know, in California, the way it works is if the child is not in high school, the child support ends once that child becomes 18. But in New York, for instance, the child support goes on until their emancipation date, which is actually 21. Other states will have like 19 be their end date, and just it kind of varies a little bit from state to state.
Memory. So I went back and reviewed the numbers, and it turns out that the real...
It could also be that the judge ordered him to provide a certain amount until the kids were out of college, and it wasn't really child support, but a kind of pseudo child support in that sense.
numbers are that I agreed to pay Betsy $1.8 million at the conclusion of the marriage, so $1.8 million at the start. However, I was $100,000 short of what I agreed to. More on that in a moment. And
wow, he's got the paperwork. Total from Ben to Betsy and kids, $4,024,000. Total. Oh, so you have to pay college for the kids. Look at that. Look at that. $618,000 for the college costs. So damn, they screwed him over in that. Man, that is insane. The fact that you got to pay for these kids' college once they're over 18 is BS. Like that's unacceptable. A dad should be able to look at his kid and be like, I will pay for your college if you're doing something in college I agree with, not to go try to become a screenwriter. You know what I mean? But this order makes it so he has to do that.
Betsy and the kids received a total of $4 million, a little bit more than $4 million, which includes the aforementioned $1.8 million and $618,000 for the kids' college funds and college costs. Below, I link to a PDF of the accounting. This accounting comes directly from a 2016 court case.
Oh, yeah, he came with the receipts. This is really important to understand, guys. I mean, God forbid any of you guys are involved in something like this. This is what it's going to look like. It's going to look like a straight headache. Like, see this big-ass headache on the screen? That's what you're going to be flipping through while it's also just taking all this money from you.
Many court battles I was in with Betsy. And anyone is free to dispute this accounting, but I think it's pretty accurate. So Betsy and the kids received a little bit more than $4 million, not the $5 million that I had estimated from memory in the first video. So that's my error. Now, of course, the counter to this is the money is good and all, but it doesn't make up for not having a full-time dad in the home. But remember, I live just down the street from the kids in LaGrange, a bit more than a mile away. Then in 2011, we bought a house in Willowbrook, Illinois, which is an 8-minute drive away. Then in 2012, Betsy got remarried and moved about 1 hour north to a North Shore suburb. The kids were older by this point. Peter was in college. Tori was a senior in high school. Maddie was also in high school. Olivia was in middle school. I would make the 1 hour trip north at least once a week to see the kids, to see whoever wanted to hang out. Often that was just me and Peter hanging out. The girls typically wanted to hang with their friends. Teenage girls generally don't want to hang with their parents.
I believe him when he says this. Like, I believe that he was going up there making the effort, you know.
They want to hang with their friends. But sometimes they would come out with me and Pete. And there really seemed to be no problem. Yes, there was one year when Tori would not come out and would not talk to me. That lasted a year. Then one day, Tori did come out. I said, "Great, you came out to lunch today, Tori. You haven't talked to me for a year. Has something changed?" She said, "No. 1 year of not talking to you is enough. Now I'm here."
Wow. No apology, nothing. Just, I'm going to abuse you, Dad. Well, I guess it would be punishment enough not talking to me for a year. I'm going to use my relationship with you as leverage to try to get you to comply with whatever my childish demands are.
So I thought, cool. I've turned the corner with Tori. And it seems to have been 1,000% great with Tori ever since, for like the last 12 years or so. But here's the issue. Apparently they really do think that I abandoned the family. They think this because it took me more than 2 years to move to LaGrange, Illinois, where I could be just down the street. That's true. Maddie is right about that in a way. So let me go over the reasons why. And this is where the story really gets insane. Okay, so Betsy and I got separated in 2004, then divorced in 2005. Also, we were living in Virginia at that time, just outside of Washington, D.C. As part of the divorce agreement, I agreed to allow Betsy and the kids to move to the Chicago area. My plan was to follow Betsy and the kids there.
So that means he had to allow, Mom wanted to move somewhere else. Mom wanted to go to a completely different state. So it was Mom's idea to move from where Dad was or in the neighborhood all the way to Chicago. Mom wanted to take the kids with them. And the divorce probably would have been more painful if he didn't let her do that. So she'd be like, "Oh, you're not going to let me move? Well, then I want this, 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 and this, and this too," right? So there was probably a leverage negotiation going on there. So Mom is the one who wanted to put the distance between her and Dad, ultimately creating a distance between the kids. Trevor says, "Just me, or does he sound like Sandman, the MGTOWer?" You know, I've heard of him. I don't watch him, but I have seen his name thrown about. I'll have to check out his channel.
This made quite a bit of sense because Betsy's family were there. And that's where Betsy is from. And I can work from anywhere. I'm a writer and a creative type. I create advertisements for a living. I can do that anywhere. So my plan was just to follow the kids from Virginia to Illinois. But I also agreed to just give Betsy essentially all the marital assets.
Oh.
I left the marriage with $0. Well, 3%. That became zero after paying all the lawyers. Now, of course, I agreed to all of this. And I told you, I made literally every mistake in a divorce that a guy can possibly make.
He probably paid for Betsy's lawyers too, or was ordered to.
I thought giving Betsy $1.8 million at the get-go and leaving myself with nothing would buy peace. Wow, was I wrong?
That's such good advice, you know, because guys go into that and they're thinking, all right, if I'm just hella cool and I'm just trying to be as charitable and as not Machiavellian as possible, then like she's gonna be like, okay, this guy's not an asshole, let's just split. You be cool, I'll be cool. But it just does not work like that. Like you have to be, that person becomes your rival. I want to use the word enemy, but they really do become your adversary as soon as the divorce begins. And regardless of the feelings, you have to understand that.
And everyone told me I was absolutely insane to agree to this. But I wanted Betsy to be a stay-at-home mom, as she had been.
Yeah.
We agreed that that would be best for the kids.
Man, this woman just got the golden parachute.
I wanted the kids to have a mom at home when they came home from school. So I didn't want Betsy to have to work while the kids were still young. And I wasn't worried about money. I was confident I could always make back the money. I grew up in Vermont and had kind of a hippie mindset. Money's never been my focus. I just do what I do and enough money just seems to roll in. What I did not count on was Betsy moving from Virginia to Illinois with the kids almost immediately. I couldn't move to Illinois immediately. She sold our house instantly, packed up the kids and left Virginia for Illinois, basically instantly. Yikes. I also did not predict that Betsy would issue subpoenas to all my clients.
Oh my God.
To find out if I might be hiding money and assets from her.
See that?
In other words, even though I agreed to give...
That's like the most haterific thing right there. It's just is going after the business. It's like, I don't know why they don't put that together. Like, I don't know why Hillary Crowder wants to go after Steven Crowder's business and his reputation. It's like your kids get fed from this guy's business. It's like, why cause problems for the business? That's the craziest part to me. It just doesn't make sense.
For everything, she didn't believe it. She thought there was more money to be found. Money I was stashing away somewhere, or some hidden sources of income that she didn't know about. So she subpoenaed all of my clients. Her lawyers wanted to depose my clients. This caused me to lose most of my business. No client wants to be involved in a divorce legal proceeding.
I think a deposition is where like you have to show up to court and both of the lawyers their lawyers ask you a bunch of pointed questions about details to try to figure out what you know. And it's like, nobody wants to take a day off or go in there and get grilled by some asshole attorney. Like, yeah, like I'm just not going to work with this guy.
Or get deposed. So my clients ran for the tall grass fast. And by the way, she's doing this again. In the wake of this Maddie video flap, she's been phoning my clients again in hopes of torpedoing my current business.
Wow. See, like this, like, God forbid you find yourself someone like a Betsy in your life. Like the kids are all in college, that are older now, but this woman, she's literally remarried. I don't know what that guy's future is going to be, who's literally married to her right now, but it's like, this woman's never going to stop being a thorn in your side. And then they ask, like, why aren't guys getting married? I mean, it's because of Betsy's.
Just like she was.
And it's not even because of Betsy's. It's really not even right to blame the women, because the women are just enabled from what the laws allow them to do. You know, it really is the unjust laws we got going on over here.
To do in 2004 and 2005. So Betsy moved instantly from Virginia to Illinois during the separation, before the divorce was even completed.
Wow.
And I would make the trip to Illinois about once a month or every 6 weeks to see the kids. And the plan was to do this until I was in a financial position to be able to move to Illinois. And of course I was broke at that point. I had just let Betsy have all of the marital assets. Well, 97%.
See, so she gamed him. And he really screwed himself, because he gave her all that money and he thought, okay, yeah, I'll be able to see the kids, whatever. You know, we're not going to have this horrible custody battle. And then she immediately just dipped out to Illinois after he already agreed to give her this money. So she got this big ass lump sum of cash, dipped out, bought a house in Illinois or whatever the hell she was doing. Maybe she was seeing someone, because remember, he mentioned there was cheating going on. He didn't want to get into that, but I mean, I could maybe put it. Listen, Betsy's obviously not the heartbroken one here. Let's just put it that way. So looking at how she's carrying and operating herself after the divorce, I'm willing to bet she probably cheated first and probably introduced the chaos into the well-ordered house. And yeah, so she got the lump sum of cash. She was like, wow, I can't believe he gave this to me. What a big dummy. And then just dipped out. Klaus says this is just petty revenge. No logic applied. Absolutely, it's petty revenge. It's wanting to feel like I won, which is such a terrible thing. You know, and then now the kids got to have this all out on the internet for everybody to see, because the truth has to finally come out, since Betsy's been spoon feeding them lies this whole time. Yo, voiceover warrior, welcome in. Outlaws in the building. What up? Good to see you, brother, man. I'm just having a good time doing some streaming. We went over Andrew Huberman. We talked about Michael B. Jordan not wanting to enter into a relationship so fast. Gives him anxiety. And now we're going over Ben Hart here, who has to clear up some things because his daughter said he was a deadbeat dad, but the court documents prove otherwise.
Now remember that $1.8 million that she was due at the conclusion of the marriage in 2005? Well, I was $100,000 short. I'd agreed to give her an additional $100,000 on top of all of our marital assets. Well, I wasn't able to pay it because remember,
so $100,000.
She had destroyed my business with all of her subpoenas. So she and her attorneys filed what is called a show cause petition with the court. A show cause petition. What is a show cause petition? Well, this means I must prove that I am not in contempt of court.
Man, we used to file contempt hearings all the time at the child support office. And, you know, if someone's not paying for whatever reason, one of our tools to get them to comply is to file a contempt hearing. And if they don't show up to the contempt hearing, like, they could end up getting arrested and put in jail. If they show up to the contempt hearing and they're still not able to pay, or they're not paying, the judge can send them to jail. But Sacramento jails are so full, for the most part, sometimes they'll have them do community service. They didn't want to have to put people in jail because, I mean, like, there's just not enough room in the jails. That was kind of a secret. You're not supposed to be saying that, I guess. Or, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, as the child support, as a child support officer, if your goal is to get them to pay, you would use the threat of that possibly happening. But you don't want to be like, oh, it's going to be a walk in the park. Don't worry. But yeah, so that sounds like something similar happened to him.
And if I am in contempt of court, meaning if I don't pay up, pay the $100,000, I could go to jail for contempt of court. So I walked into court for this show cause hearing. I had no legal representation at that point because I was out of money and couldn't pay lawyers anymore, because Betsy had torpedoed my business with her subpoenas to all of my clients. This judge was a woman by the name of Judge Leslie Alden.
Oh my God. Yep. So man, this guy took it up the rear from like the feminist, gynocentric court system. Like they were like, come up to the bench, Ben, turn around, bend over. And they gave it to him, man. They really did. Look at this lady. Oh man, yeah. She's just like, I'm throwing your ass in the slammer.
I knew the instant that she looked at me that I was dead in the water.
Yep.
She had my tax returns and bank statements. It looked to her like I was making quite a bit of money. But that was before my clients went away due to all of Betsy's subpoenas that were arriving at their offices from Betsy's legal team. Judge Alden bellowed at me. "When will you pay Mrs. Hart the $100,000 you owe her, Mr. Hart?" she said from the bench. She sounded exactly like Judge Judy on TV. I answered, "As soon as I can, Your Honor. I need to build my business back up." Judge Alden asked me again, "When will you pay Mrs. Hart the $100,000 you owe her, Mr. Hart?" I answered, "Well, as soon as I can, Your Honor. I need to build my business back up." She asked me one more time,
"Oh my God.
Mr. Hart, when will you pay Mrs. Hart the $100,000 you owe her?" I answered, "I don't know what else to say except I'll pay her the money as soon as I can."
Oh my God.
Her next words were, "Bailiff, remand Mr. Hart to the custody of the sheriff." Now, I didn't care much about money when I let Betsy have all her stuff, but I sure could have used $100,000 right then. Lesson. It's easy to sing Kumbaya, give peace a chance, and to say you don't care about money until you actually need money to stay out of jail. The next thing you know, I was sitting in a large holding cell in the Fairfax County, Virginia jail with a large crowd of inmates waiting to be processed.
And like any of those guys can be, just got done murdering somebody. They're violent. They're this. I mean, you're in there with all kinds of different levels of, criminals type things going on. And because this guy gave millions of dollars already and he couldn't pay this $100,000, which is like, it ain't easy coming up on $100,000, especially when, your ex-wife's attorneys want to depose all your clients. This guy ended up in jail. Like, that's insane.
To include MS-13 gang members and members of the notorious R Street gang in Washington, D.C. I was still dressed in my business suit when I entered the holding cell. This large holding cell contained about 40 other inmates.
Wow.
The jail door clanked behind me. An enormous 300-pound black guy called Big Daddy said to me, "Hey,
Daddy,
what are you in here for with that nice suit, red tie, and shiny shoes? Some kind of computer fraud, bank fraud or something?" I said, "Nah, I came up short on money I owe to my ex-wife."
Oh my God.
And I launched off into my story about what had just happened in court. Big Daddy, the 300-pound guy, called the other inmates over to hear the story. Big Daddy was clearly the dominant figure in the group. His voice was loud and booming. Plus, he was huge. So they all gathered round. Some of them looked like they were from the movie Menace to Society. "Hey guys, come over here and listen to this," Big Daddy said. "This story is great." I was sitting on a cement bench next to Big Daddy. We were all there for a few hours, because life in jail is not a fast-moving process. And they seemed to like me. They were all laughing, including the guy with the Nazi swastika tattoo on
Everybody just liked him. This guy has that kind of feeling. Like, he is very likable. He seems like a cool guy.
his face. They couldn't believe I agreed to pay my ex $1.8 million, plus $12,000 per month, and that I was still $100,000 short. Well, actually, I was more than $100,000 short. Judge Leslie Alden had also awarded Betsy attorney's fees, plus interest. So the bill I owed her at this point was $148,000. The guy who looked like he was out of Menace to Society, he says, "What the F did you give her all that money for and leave yourself with nothing?" Then Big Daddy said, "Here's what you need to do. As soon as you get access to a phone, you need to call your ex. And in your sweetest possible voice, you need to say, 'Dear, sweetie, honey, I can't pay you any money sitting in here. So let's make a deal.' Then after a few hours in there, One of the guards calls out my name, and I exit the holding cell area with the guards. A guard put me in handcuffs and led me to the processing area. I was seated and handcuffed to a metal chair next to an officer who was inputting data into a computer. He pulled up my record. He looked at me and said, "Wow, what did you say to this judge to get 1 year in jail?"
Wow.
Wait.
For a whole ass year. That part's crazy.
What, I asked? I'm here for a year? What? Judge Alden had never said anything about this. All she had said was, "Bailiff, remand Mr. Hart to the custody of the sheriff." And that was all she said. She never said anything about 1 year in jail. The officer read from the screen. "Well, that's what it says here. You're getting 1 year in jail for contempt of court. It says you owe $148,000 to your ex-wife. How did you get $148,000 behind on your child support?" asked the officer. And I said, "Well, it's not really support. I paid my ex almost $1.7 million in assets that we had, which was pretty much all our assets, but I still owe her $148,000 to bring the total to $1.8 million in cash up front at the get-go. I also agreed to pay her $12,000 per month in support. So all in all,
Wow.
I'm
Okay, so $12,000 a month.
$148,000 short in terms of immediate cash due." The officer looks at me. "Why the hell did you agree to all that?" he said. "Who is the judge in this case?" asked the officer. I answered, "Judge Leslie Alden." "Oh, that explains it," says the cop. "Yup, that judge, she really hates men."
Wow. Man, I wish there was some justice that could be brought up. Like, I wish there could be lawsuits sued on Judge Leslie Alden, or at least the state or the county, to be able to get these guys some justice, because this is just unacceptable right here.
After the officer finished inputting my info and giving me an inmate number, I was taken in cuffs to an area and given an orange jumpsuit. I changed into that. The cops then took my business clothing, my watch, my phone, my wallet, and everything I had and put it all in a plastic bag for safekeeping, to be returned whenever I got out. I was then chained to 12 other inmates, and we were led to our cell block. My cellmate was a Cherokee Indian who said he had been convicted of 47 felonies, most recently attempted murder, but we got along fine. So it really looked like Judge Leslie Alden wanted to send me a message. This was no white-collar work release type program for nonviolent offenders. She put me in the worst hole in Fairfax County, apparently for a year. And it was actually underground. There were no windows. There are about 1,800 inmates in the Fairfax County Jail. Evidently, the reason Judge Leslie Alden sentenced me only to 1 year there is that's the maximum amount of time that you can spend in county jail. Any longer, and they have to move you to a state prison facility. So I was there.
Wow. I'm not reacting to it because I'm just listening to this, and man, it sounds like a real freaking nightmare. See, this is what Michael B. Jordan is trying to avoid. You know, this is what Andrew Huberman has to think twice about.
For the max. And the way our cell block was set up is there was a common area that's linked to 6 cells where we slept. We were locked out of our sleeping cells all day, so we were all in the common area. So the 12 inmates in our cell block were all in the same small, all-cement common area all day. And we spent all day just shooting the bull. That's all there is to do in jail. There was one toilet and a shower out in the open in plain view of everyone.
Wow.
And you get used to it after a while. And I got along fine with everyone, even though most were there on serious violent felonies. And
see, and if this guy wasn't married to her, paper married, and let's say he had kids with someone, all you'd have to worry about is just paying the child support. He can keep his $1.8 million, can keep his house, he can keep all these other things, unless you're in a common law state, but that's not most states. And a separation like this would have just been a lot different. And I think in the future, if women want to get married, they're just going to have to accept doing just a religious ceremony without the state involved, because I think once enough guys get wise to this, men have to look at the system and think, how do I best move in the system? And if that means not getting state married, but having to deal with the child support system, because, whether you're married or not, you got to deal with that, then that's the best play. It's like, all right, We're separated. I got all my stuff. I'm just going to pay my child support and then I'm just going to fight for custody. Isn't that a lot easier than losing millions of dollars, worrying about alimony, having your ex-wife sit here and be able to pull all this extra stuff? You know what I mean? Most of that $100,000 he owed her wasn't even in child support. It was in other expenses or other stuff that was owed to her. So I'm sorry. This is just unacceptable. Klaus says, holy crap, why is anybody marrying at all? Yeah, this is, yeah, I mean, and that's how you get, the sexiest man alive, Michael B. Jordan, who says it gives him anxiety when he thinks of long-term relationships. He says he wants family, but it gives him anxiety.
We spent a lot of time talking about how to get me out of there. In fact, that was the main topic of conversation. We concluded that what I needed to do was write a letter to the judge and offer a payment plan. We talked about how much I would offer. I thought maybe $2,000 a month. They all thought that was way too much. Problem is, if you can't come up with that money every month, you'll be right back here, said the MS-13 guy who was covered in tattoos, including tattoos on his face. Offer her $300 a month, said the white guy with a Nazi swastika tattoo on his neck.
That's hilarious. Like all these like bona fide gangsters are the ones given like reasonable advice. They all got the street smarts is what it is.
Looked like Charles Manson. I settled on offering $1,000 per month to Judge Leslie Alden and then see what happens. Everyone in my cell block thought that was way too much. But I had to get out of there.
Could you imagine being this guy's daughter, hearing this harrowing story about what Betsy put him through, your mom, if you're the daughter, and then still trying to find a way to meander in your mind about how this guy's a deadbeat who abandoned his kids?
I also figured,
like, the mom, Betsy's working overtime with these kids right now to like be like, no, he was a horrible person. And they'll probably find out. And see, he didn't want to mention anything about the cheating, and he does not want to ruin these daughters' relationships with their mother because he feels like that's unfair. This is my speculation, disclaimer. And if he comes out, now he's got the jail story. If he comes out in another video and he's like, what happened is your mother was having an affair the whole time. That's what caused this shit to tumble in the first place. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't know what the hell. It would just put everything in a tailspin with the relationships between the daughters and the mom when they really find out why their childhood was the way it was.
That Judge Alden isn't stupid. She must know I can't pay my ex anything sitting in here. And my ex is supposed to be getting $12,000 a month. But I could not pay that sitting in there.
And don't forget, we got interest building up on back pay. So as the arrears are increasing, interest is building up. That depends state by state. I think Texas has zero interest. I think Alaska might be zero interest. I can't remember. But California is like 10% a year. New York, so interest is accruing on all this back pay that's accumulating.
So it was in everyone's interest to get me out of there pronto, so I could start making money again. The problem is I could not get a pen. We were not allowed to have anything that could be used as a weapon. After 3 days in there, I got a visit from the head of the prison, the warden himself. He came all the way down to the deepest, darkest hole in the prison.
Reminds me of Shawshank Redemption. That's a really good movie if you haven't seen it, Shawshank Redemption with Morgan Freeman.
To find out what I had done to end up here. Out of the 1,800 inmates, he wanted to talk to me, Ben Hart. I guess my file had landed on his desk, and I guess I was the talk of the prison, and he wanted to hear the story. So how did you get $148,000 behind on your child support, he asked. And why did the judge put you in here? The warden was looking at me through these bars in this small window in the steel door of our cell block. I explained that I had not gotten $148,000 behind on my child support. And then I went through all the basic details of how I paid her close to $1.7 million, plus $12,000 a month of support, and all payments were made. But I had fallen $100,000 short on the $1.8 million I had agreed to. Then the judge tacked on another $48,000 for Betsy's attorney's fees and for interest. So I just wasn't able to come up with that final $100,000 plus $48,000. Who was the judge, the warden asked. Judge Leslie Alden, I answered.
Oh.
That explains it, said the warden. She's a real man-hater.
Oh my God, the warden knew too. Wow. Oh man, and it's just like, man, some of these judges out here, like the first problem is the law, because the law allows them to do stuff like this. But some of these people get real power hungry right here. I don't know, man. This ain't right. And I'll tell you, I've been inside courtrooms, working as a child support officer. So I see how some judges can get, because we would have commissioners, and there'd be different commissioners, and some of them, like, it's to the point where it's just like, well, if the case happens before lunch, if the case happens after lunch on some of this shit. I mean, the laws are pretty well defined on what the judge can and can't do, but on stuff that there's leeway, man, I don't know. This ain't good.
Looks like you really pissed her off.
Also, American Beauty story arc similar to this video. Yeah, I remember that movie. That was a good one. Isn't that the guy that's in the dead bedroom? Like he's in the bad marriage. I can't remember how that ends. I should rewatch that.
He paused. He looked at his file of papers on me. Then he said, even though you've been sentenced here, I'm moving you to work release. Trouble is, we don't have any jobs for you that will help you pay off this $148,000 debt.
Because they ain't paying more than minimum
jobs
wage.
We have pay $7 an hour.
There you go.
People who are here because they are behind on their child support pay their child support that way. But this is not going to help you get out of your
situation. Look at
situation.
that stuff. Indentured that's damn near slavery at this point. It's just like, you can't pay this child support order. They don't give a damn. They throw you in jail. The amounts accruing, and then you have to literally do labor. You might as well have a pickaxe breaking rocks or whatever they're going to have you to do, so you can pay off the child support. What in the hell? That's like some true debtor's prison type stuff.
But let me see what I can do about this. I can't have you down here. About a day later, guards arrive, and they take me to the work release facility. This was low security, so I was able to get a pen and a piece of paper and write a letter to Judge Leslie Alden with my proposal to pay my ex $1,000 per month toward the $148,000 that I owed her, plus keep up with my other obligations under the divorce decree. I didn't hear anything back. I thought, welp, I guess I'm here for a year.
Wow.
I started to accommodate myself to this reality. It's amazing how humans can get used to almost any reality over time. Whatever your situation is becomes the new normal, the new baseline for existence. And
I just hope he had Bitcoin at this. Well, I don't remember what year he said if Bitcoin existed, but if he did buy some Bitcoin, at least he can sit in jail for a year and think secretly, as I stay here in jail, my Bitcoin will be worth more and more and more, or at least hope that.
Some very interesting people in there, including a high-powered attorney who was in there on some kind of fraud. I became friends with a tall black kid named Alan. He was about 6'6" and was a martial arts expert. When he wanted to watch a particular TV show, he would stand in front of the TV in a martial arts pose so that no one would dare try to change the channel. And he and I would have contests to find out who is the, quote, better man. We would have push-up contests, chin-up contests, play ping-pong, Monopoly, and chess. Pretty much any game we could think of. And he was a good kid, but he was very rambunctious. He was maybe age 18 or 19.
Wow.
And I'm not sure what he was in there for, probably marijuana possession or something like that. And what he liked to do is practice his karate kicks and punches that would stop 1 inch from my nose. And I told him, Alan, stop doing that. See all these cameras around here? They're going to think you're violent. They're going to take you out of here and put you down in the hole. But Alan was a good kid, just had a lot of energy. And about half the guys, I would say at least half the guys in the work release program in the jail were there because they could not make child support or alimony payments. America's jails are filled with these guys.
It's true. It really is true. It does vary from county to county, but that is how the law works, and Sacramento was just like, we have so many other people that need to be in jail, that are in jail for whatever reason, that it's like, if people were going to be in jail for Sacramento because of child support, that we would have to build another jail, or at least expand the one we got. So it's like the county has to make a decision between, do we leave the spots open in the jail for actually dangerous people or for child support debtors? And but it's not like that. I mean, in other places, you remember R. Kelly was picked up and arrested for a bit, I think, for back child support before he went down for that documentary on Netflix with the stuff he was exposed about. So yeah, I mean, anything that can happen anytime. Now imagine this happening to you and you're not even biologically the father, right? Like, imagine this happens to you and your wife cheated on you during the marriage and you're not the dad, and then you're in jail for a year because you're back on child support. Like, isn't there something just not right about that? Like, I mean, that's an injustice, right? I think that's an injustice. And the story he's explaining can easily apply to someone who's a victim of paternity fraud.
So-called deadbeat dads. And I did not realize until then that, yes, we do indeed still have debtors' prisons in
There you
America.
go. Debtors' prisons.
About 5 days had passed since I had sent my letter to Judge Leslie Alden, offering to pay Betsy $1,000 per month toward the $148,000 I owed her. Again, this would be an additional $1,000 per month on top of the $12,000 per month I was already obligated to
So he has to pay her $12,000 a month for child support plus a $1,000 a month arrears payment.
pay under the divorce decree. I hadn't heard anything from Judge Alden. Didn't know if the judge even received my letter. I assumed not. But then one day around 5 p.m., I was on my bunk bed reading, and I heard a guard yell, "Hart! Benjamin Hart! Benjamin Hart!"
I hope he was reading The Count of Monte Cristo.
"Is Benjamin Hart in here?" "Yeah, that's me," I said. "Come get your shit and get out of here," the guard said. So I went to the booth where they had my stuff. It was all in a plastic bag. My business suit was wrinkled and a mess, but everything was in there. My wallet, my watch, my phone. I called my girlfriend, Wanda, who would become my wife a couple months later. I figured any girlfriend who would put up with this is definitely wife material.
He got married again, but to sum it up, he basically became a passport bro, or he found someone from overseas, I think Laos or something, and he's going to get into how great his marriage is with her, and I'll play that, you know, because I got to respect him for trying to not make it seem like all women are bad or anything like that, so we'll let him do that.
I was broken in jail.
Because, you know, he's right.
But she had not run for the tall grass to disappear. I told her I was being released and asked her if she could pick me up. I had been there for 8 days and 8 nights. And I got out of my orange jumpsuit and back into my wrinkled business suit. And the warden was there to meet me on my way out. He had a bemused look on his face. "You'd better write fast and write every day to keep up with your payments," he said. "I don't want to see you back here." "Thank you," I said. "Thank you for getting me out of the hole and up here. I'm not planning on coming back." The problem was, I still had to pay my ex $12,000 per month, plus now $1,000 per month, for a total of $13,000 per month. This was no joke.
See, and this highlights another thing. It's just like, you should be incentivized to be successful. And when you're successful, you should be incentivized to build families. You know, like if you make it big, you should be incentivized to want to have as many kids as possible. But the way that the system is set up is that the more successful you are, the less incentivized you are to have kids, because stuff like this happens, you know? Instead, it's backwards, because the guys who get it easier with child support are the guys who don't make that much money. And when I used to work at the child support system, I used to think like, man, do I even want to make that much money? Because I'd rather just have $500 to worry about a month instead of $13,000 a month. And it's just like, okay, well, that gets factored into the cost benefit analysis of having a kid. It's like, this is going to last 18 years. Let's say the relationship ends at 7. You know, I got another 11 years of child support at $500 a month is better than 11 years of child support at, you know, $10,000 a month. So you start thinking about that, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know. Maybe I'd rather be successful once that kid's 18, and then I'm done with that. You know what I mean? That's behind me now, but I don't know. I just think it's stupid.
Especially since I had no business anymore. All my clients were gone. I left jail with $5 in the bank, no clients, and no business. Wanda was my girlfriend. I had met her at a karaoke bar.
Uh-oh. Okay, so he got one from overseas.
She's an immigrant from Laos. I call her my best girl. After jail, Wanda and I existed by maxing out my credit cards and Wanda's credit cards to the tune of $65,000 while I rebuilt. I needed to figure out a business that did not involve having clients that Betsy could subpoena and depose. So I developed an online marketing education business. I charged people $38 per month for my...
See how greedy his wife was, and like how greedy the attorneys were? Because they want to depose the clients. They want to ask questions about all the business dealings he did with this guy. And they want to be like, how much did you pay him? And what it is, it's all about forensic accounting. So the wife never believed how much money he said he was making. And the wife wanted to get in this far to be able to find every single penny that this guy possibly made so she can get the max amount of money from this guy. Man, doing the math, it's almost likely she was the one who had the affair first. You know what I mean? And she was just like, this guy's only good for giving me money. He's just a wallet. I want as much money as I can get. It's just crazy, crazy behavior.
Online marketing seminars. And I got the...
Mr. Pitt said, this guy really got into another relationship after everything his ex-wife did to him. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. Yeah, you know, I think he's just in an older generation of like where the guys still believe that the marriage is the best way. And it's like, I get it, but it's like you can do that without signing the paperwork. You know what I mean? Like, just do that. Do that. Get with the Laotian chick. Tight, man. That's awesome. But like, I don't know. Cohabitate, I guess, but just don't sign the damn paperwork. I hope he didn't. I mean, maybe he got a super hard prenup this time. I don't know. Dude got red pill. I guess she was there for him while he was in jail. I get it. I understand why he would feel sentimental that way. So I know it's kind of an extraordinary situation, but I'm not for that. I just got to say, dude got red pilled and orange pilled, centralized control over financial system. Is that what orange pill is? About the finance? Yeah. Yeah, he went straight to Bitcoin. He's like, that's what happened. The courts took all his money and he was like, oh my God, Bitcoin? A wage assignment can't take this. The judge can't take my Bitcoin. No one will ever know about it. It's all on the blockchain. I love Bitcoin. This is the answer to the family courts. It's a miracle how this guy was able to keep his positive. It really is. And that's why I say this guy is so cool. And it's like, who wouldn't want to have this guy as their father-in-law? It's just that you can never have this guy as your father-in-law because you have to deal with the daughter. You know what I mean? And the daughter is corrupted by the mom. And it's, unfortunately, if you were going to find the daughter that was a little bit better, more well-suited for a relationship, if you're going to tinge towards traditional, then more than likely her father's going to be a hard ass. And it's because of the father's hard assness with the family that makes the daughter probably better predisposed to being in a more traditional relationship. But this guy is just so cool. And I'd hate to think that because, I wish I could be a cool dad like this too, but it's just like, here's what happens when you're a cool dad. See, it's just like you're not even incentivized to be a cool dad or at least a decent, like you got to be this hard ass all the time now, But yeah, I mean, I think this guy's amazing, honestly. I love that he has this positive attitude.
Business up to about 1,000 students pretty quickly. By April of 2007, I thought I was financially strong enough to move to Illinois. Oh, and that $1,000 per month extra, additional, that I was supposed to pay toward my $148,000 debt, well, that was temporary. To stay out of jail, I had to promise to Judge Alden that I would pay it all off in 24 months.
Oh, wow. So you had 2 years to pay it off. And it's like, in the meantime, the daughter's like, my dad abandoned us. He just left for some reason. Meanwhile, like the mom took all the money, put this guy in jail, moved away, and they're like, my dad's a deadbeat. Like, isn't that just crazy? That's insane. And the mom has him Stockholm syndrome so hard. Like, I hope to God the daughter saw this video and are just giving their, I don't know, at least calling this guy and apologizing.
Or it would be back in the slammer for me. And by the way, when I say I paid Betsy $12,000 per month, that's kind of shorthand. Here's where that number comes from, because Betsy is challenging this number. Well, here's what it was. $4,000 per month for alimony, $4,600.
So she's getting $4,000 a month. And you got to remember, look. The divorce decree is in 2004. May 13th, 2004. That's when this document was. And she's getting the $4,000 a month. The $4,000 in 2004 and $4,000 now is a completely different world, right? So it's just like she's getting paid some buco bucks, and it still wasn't good enough. We still had to have the forensic accountants out here trying to make sure that, in case he needs to pay more.
Per month for child support until age 22 for each child, $800 per month for the college.
Oh, let's go back.
$4,000 per month for alimony, $4,600 per month for child support.
So $4,000 for alimony plus another $4,600 a month for child support. So we're at $8,600. That's the $12,000
until age 22 for each child. $800 per month for the college fund.
And he's forced to put in. Why should a parent have to be forced to put in anything for their college fund? It's just if a parent wants to do that. College isn't entitled to anybody, but this judge can make you do that.
$1,000 per month for life insurance,
Life insurance.
$400 per month toward Betsy's health insurance.
Okay, Bets. Wow, he's still paying for her health insurance.
$1,000 per month for health insurance for the kids.
Yeah.
And there were about $1,000 in monthly costs for out-of-pocket medical expenses. Medical costs, by the way, included not just the usual things that we consider to be medical costs, things like broken leg or need some stitches, have a fever, things like that. These out-of-pocket medical costs also included counseling and therapy.
Let me give you a kind of strategy to fight this. And it's not an easy strategy, and it might not even work, especially if Judge Leslie Alden's looking at you. But typically, at least at child support, you have to use real income, you know? So, and they're kind of changing this in Sacramento. Now they can use work history, which sucks, right? Because if you have a business and you're making, let's say, $20,000 a month, okay? They use $20,000 a month for income. That's your income. But let's say this guy went to jail. He gets out and he's like, hey, I'm working at Home Depot now. It's the only job I can find. I make $7 an hour. He could then go back to the court and say, I want you to recalculate this $12,000 a month order based off my new income. And they would have to use the $7 an hour, and it would drastically bring it down probably to, like, you know, 4 kids. Let's still say $1,000 a month he'd have to pay, plus a drastically reduced alimony. It's going to be even less than that. You know what I mean? And that can get the mom back, because he can say, well, my business is destroyed. But it's not guaranteed, because they could be like, well, we know you make this much. They might not give it to him. But that is a possible strategy you can use, and it could work. I've seen stuff like that happen.
Therapy sessions for the kids, eyeglasses, contact lenses, braces, and so forth. And these were not covered by insurance. Betsy also seemed to like to rack up extra unnecessary medical costs just to stick it to me. Constantly taking the kids to doctors who were out of network, so weren't covered by insurance. And we actually had a lawsuit over this in 2016. So there was that aspect. So it was really more than $12,000 per month for support. So Wanda and I were able to move out there in April of 2007. We move into the Homestead Inn in Lombard, Illinois, while we look for a place to live in LaGrange near the kids. Betsy is warning me in emails and frantic text messages not to move there. She says I'll regret it if I do.
Wow. So he wants to move closer to see the kids, and he's got emails of the mom saying, you better not move there or you'll regret it. So this is the parental alienation coming in. See, I mean, this is insane. He can show the kids these emails if he's wanted, and for years he's kept this a secret because he doesn't want to ruin the relationship between the kids and the mom, because he feels that's cruel. He's like, you know what, this is between her and I. This is between her and I. Don't involve the kids. But now he's been forced to come out and say this because the mom has poisoned the daughters so much that the daughters are making TikTok videos talking about how he's a deadbeat dad. If he shows these kids these emails, it's like, what are they going to say?
Then one Saturday, I think it was the second Saturday we were there, I swing by the house to pick up the kids. We go to breakfast and putt-putt golf. After breakfast, Tori did not want to go to putt-putt golf.
See, the kids are pissed. If I was in his situation, I'd have just kicked the bucket at that point. Having kids must be one hell of a motivator. Yeah, and, you know, Trevor, to your point, a lot of guys do that. They give up. I mean, that's why child support has a hard time collecting from. Some guys finally throw their hands up. They can't take it anymore. It doesn't make sense. They're like, how the hell this isn't even right? And then they do abandon the family. Because this system is such an attack on a man's manhood. By being put with this heavy burden that's unjust and you can't pay it, then you start to think, I'm not even able to take care of my kids, you know? And then you don't even want to see the kids probably, because it's like, if you can't pay that thing, it's like, how do you even want to, I don't know. It's just, there's all these spirals that you can fall down into. But yeah, you're right, though. I mean, having the kids and their faces, and it's just like, I mean, that's where child support's so crazy, man, because they got these guys by their balls. I mean, it's like most guys will give up all their money if it means for their kids, but they're using this in a predatory way, which is just not right.
She wanted to be dropped off at home, so I dropped her off at home. It was then me, Pete, Maddie, and Olivia at putt-putt golf, and I bring them home to Betsy's house. When I arrive, Betsy is standing there. I get out of the car. Betsy walks over to talk to me. She shows me her iPod. iPods were a big thing in 2007. She informs me that she's been recording all of our conversations, including when I guess I called her a bunch of names. And we'd been having a lot of nasty conversations. I didn't really know what might be on that iPod. And as she was holding the iPod into my face, I guess to record what was happening, I quickly snatched the iPod out of her hand and headed for the car. Betsy then jumped on my back as I was trying to get into the car, and I managed to shake her off. But she dives into the car after me and is sprawled across my lap trying to get the iPod. I toss her out of the car as I'm taking off. And this is important because Maddie believes, and I'll quote Maddie's text message just the other day on this.
Wow.
Maddie says about her video that, quote, "I could have made you look so much worse. I didn't post anything about when you forced mom into the car and drove away with her."
Wow. See, and the mom's trying to make something. He was trying to kidnap me. That's insane. The mom's already like possibly illegally recording private conversations between the two. Oh man, it's I don't even know. I don't know. And if the daughters don't come back to their dad and understand his point of view, it doesn't bode well for their future relationships. You know, someday they might end up in a really shitty situation, and then when it's way too late, they'll be like, "I kind of understand what Dad was saying now."
End quote. I didn't force Betsy into the car.
And this is what the kids call trauma and abuse. This is the kid's traumatic childhood.
She jumped on my back to try to get the iPod and followed me into the car. Why would I try to force Betsy into the car? I'm trying to get away from Betsy with the iPod. But this is the story that the kids have been told by Betsy. And they probably saw some commotion, some sort of struggle, which was Betsy on my back trying to get the iPod.
I agree with you, Klaus. I know that the more you listen to this, I mean, this is a 49-minute video, and it's just so compelling, and it just keeps getting crazier.
iPod and following me.
And they're like, why don't men want to marry? Why don't men want to start families these days? Oh, nobody wants to be a real man anymore. I mean, can somebody fix this situation?
The car. And on the way back to the homestead, I throw the iPod out the window.
This is when Matt Walsh tells everybody, like, hey, you need to, when Ben Shapiro and Michael Knowles and all these guys, you know, are sitting here on their high horses talking about this stuff, they're not accepting the reality of, like, what's going to happen. You know what I mean? And Steven Crowder's going through it now, but he's got a history of putting us guys down. And now he's going through the ringer. And, you know, it's just... Some of these people, it's not if, it's when, you know, unfortunately. But even if they don't do it, the fact that this is how the system operates has really put marriage on life support in this country.
And I'm told by my lawyer later that that was a big mistake because surreptitious recording of conversations is a crime in Illinois. Meanwhile, Betsy went to the police in Western Springs and filed a domestic violence charge against me. She also filed a charge for theft of the iPod. Wanda and I went to a restaurant called Miller's Pub, which is right next to the homestead where we were staying, and we saw the police show up. We watch. After the police leave, we go to our room quickly to get all our stuff. The front desk tells me the police are looking for me. So we decide to drive to Maryland where Wanda's family lives and regroup. We stayed there until
the police are looking. Wow, she was trying to put him in jail again. Oh my God, that's insane. Tradcons would watch a video like this, then look you right in the eye as a young man and tell you to get married anyway with a straight face. Exactly. And Michael Knowles did as much on his interview with Pearl. I mean, Pearl's like, what if a man finds out that the kids aren't his? Like, should that man get divorced? And he's like, never. Divorce is never acceptable. Yeah, I mean, it's you can't take them seriously. Like, they are delusional at a certain point. Like, you have to accept reality at a certain point. And it's just like, I get that they're like, yeah, marriage is good and it should be marriage and the religious beliefs. I'm good with that, but they should at least be fighting to change this. Like, the law should have never gotten this man like that. And it's like, Michael Knowles and those guys, Matt Walsh, have done nothing to help change the situation. This is not a high priority problem for them. They're worried about other stuff, you know? And then in the meantime, they're going to denigrate guys and they're just going to call guys not men and all these things. It's just like, I don't know why, you know, anybody even, you just can't support them when they talk like that.
We were basically in hiding. I needed time to build up my internet business so I could return to Illinois and hire lawyers. And I stopped paying Betsy any support for a while I built up my finances.
Yep. So the mom wanted the dad in jail again over some BS. and he was forced to run away so that he doesn't get arrested, further alienating him from the kids because he can't be in town. Because if he tries to see the kids, she's just going to be like, "There, officer, he's here. Come get him." You know what I mean? And then that's that. So then, little Maddie's like, "My dad abandoned us." And then the mom, it's just a nightmare.
December, I felt I had the finances to be able to pay off Betsy, all the back support, plus hire a lawyer. The problem, of course, was that I knew that if I showed up in Illinois, I would be arrested. There was a warrant out for my arrest. So Wanda and I snuck back into Illinois. I hired a lawyer. Then I turned myself in, spent the night in jail, got out on bond by putting up $300.
He did go to jail twice. Crap.
And a series of 6-month legal proceedings. The judge and the prosecutors in this case said my snatching of the iPod...
Remember the second time they let him out without actually putting him in the, orange jumpsuit.
Betsy's hand was technically assault and theft. So in exchange for no trial and no conviction on the matter, I agreed with the court to attend some conflict de-escalation classes and agreed to pay Betsy $120 for the iPod. The conflict de-escalation classes were actually very good. They were taught by a retired hostage negotiator. Everyone should take this class. There would be far fewer deaths from road rage incidents and whatnot. The issues people fight over are really just so stupid 99% of the time. We're all going to be dead soon. Is the issue that you're fighting over really that important? Wouldn't it be better just to enjoy life?
Not to be this guy, but maybe we can get some of those hostage negotiator classes to a lot of the cops in America so they can learn de-escalation sometimes. I get it. Force is needed sometimes, but yeah, let's spread that hostage negotiation de-escalation technique around a little bit. Trevor says the Daily Wire commentators are like those victors that talk about how great it is to participate in the Hunger Games. I gotta watch Hunger Games, but I have some idea of what that is, and yeah, total propagandists, And it's like they look like they're just made out of plastic. You know what I mean? It's like they know, and it's almost cruel in a way. Like they're not that obtuse. They can't be. They have, they understand what they're doing.
Life, and to be thankful for every day that you have on this beautiful ball we call Earth. Meanwhile, Betsy had obtained a protective order and had filed a motion to prevent visitation.
Oh, now we got the restraining order.
Betsy's motion to prevent visitation.
Yep, here it is. Oh my God. Petitioners petition for visitation and motion for sanctions. Yeah.
It's actually titled
Domestic Relations Division. So we got a restraining domestic violence type.
Motion to strike petitioner's petition for visitation.
And she jumped on him. Remember, she made contact first.
And motion for sanctions. This all cost me another $30,000 or so to overcome.
Oh my God.
Betsy's goal here was for me not to be able to see the kids at all. Ever. And the kids, of course, had no understanding that all this was going on.
Yep.
To them, it looked like I had abandoned them. And to them, it looked like some scuffle had occurred between me and Betsy on the street outside her house. And Betsy, I guess, told them I was trying to drag Betsy into the car.
Wow.
I guess for the purpose of kidnapping her?
Wow.
What sense does that make?
Wow.
The kids, of course, had little or no clue about all these legal battles going on. How I was both fighting financially and in the courts for more than 2 years to reestablish my right as a dad to have a relationship with my kids. I had no idea that Betsy would take every legal step imaginable to prevent me from moving to Illinois.
Yep, like when he gave her that $1.8 million lump sum in the beginning that he didn't have to, he never imagined it would get this bad.
And I ultimately overcame all of this. But it is easy to see why the girls think their dad abandoned the family. They had no idea all this was going on. And who knows what Betsy was telling them at home. The family law court in Chicago rejected Betsy's motion to prevent visitation, also threw out her protective order. In December of 2007, Wanda and I moved into a rental property in LaGrange, a bit more than a mile down the street. I then saw the kids at least once a week, often more. I saw my son Peter throughout the week.
The craziest part, I think at the end of this, the Betsy lady, his ex-wife, married some other rich dude. And it's funny because I imagine for that guy, I wonder if that guy sees this video, what he thinks, oh my God, I can't believe I'm in deep with this Betsy lady now. Once he heard what Betsy did to this guy, because this new husband of her probably got an earful about how horrible this dude is. And this guy's coming out with the receipts. So this other dude's about to get Betsy'd super hard.
I generally saw the girls once a week. And of course I was available anytime they wanted to hang out. And as I said, in 2011, Wanda and I bought a house in Willowbrook, Illinois, which is an 8-minute drive from the kids.
Look at this nice
It's a
house,
nice house.
with this pool and everything.
Has a swimming pool with a water slide. But hostilities from Betsy were still high. And then she got remarried in 2012.
Oh, here we go.
And she moved 1 hour north. And the kids were older by this point. Pete was in college, attending Columbia College in downtown Chicago. Tori was a senior in high school, I think. Maddie was also in high school. Olivia was in middle school at that point. And at least once a week, I would make the trip 1 hour north to see the kids. Well, whoever wanted to hang out. I would often swing by Columbia College in downtown Chicago to pick up Peter. We would then head up the North Shore to pick up the girls, or whichever girls wanted to hang out. The girls were teenagers by this point. They often didn't want to hang out with their dad. They preferred to hang out with their friends. But sometimes they did go to breakfast, lunch, dinner, and or to a movie that we were going to. Everyone was pretty much free to do what they wanted to do. Hang out with me and Pete, or not. At any rate, as the years passed, I thought all the nastiness had pretty much dissipated. As I said, Betsy got remarried in 2012, married a cancer research doctor who founded
a cancer research doctor. Oh, shit.
Betsy got remarried in 2012.
See, so she's married to another baller, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like Betsy's generation of women have this privilege of men being uninformed generally to be able to fall for this, you know, again and again. And even his, you know, they're all from the same generation, but our generation, millennials going forward, maybe some of Gen X, but mostly millennials going forward, are very wise to this now. And it's like, once it happens once, there might not be no cancer patient doctor willing to marry Betsy again, the Betsy's of our generation, because the culture is changing in that way. You know what I mean? And it's like, if this guy gets screwed, I mean, it's, you know, he might have an excuse because of his age and he's not on YouTube all day. But it's just like our generation of guys, it's like, if you do this, like, no one's going to feel sorry for you at all. Mr. Pitt says, I find that marriage fitting given that Betsy is literal cancer. That's good. Exactly. Yeah, like a literal cancer tumor.
Married a cancer research doctor who founded and runs a cancer research institute that's affiliated with Northwestern University. They live in a $2.2 million house.
Live in a $2.2 million house. Yep. See, she got another one. She got another one on the line. There's no, you know, and now the truth is coming out.
She really has nothing to still be angry about. For years now, I thought we had pretty much gotten past all
No amount of money can make some of these people happy. I mean, she's seen millions of dollars in her life a few times over and is with another millionaire now, lives in another millionaire house. You know what I mean? And she's still sending this guy pissed off text messages. She still wants to deny reality.
This nastiness and bad feeling. Yes, 2005 through 2007 was rough, and really through 2008. But all that just seems so long ago to me now. And as I said, just last year, Betsy invited me into her house for a glass of wine while I waited for one of the girls to arrive. Betsy said, there's no need for you to sit in the driveway, just come on in. And we had a pleasant conversation.
That's so weird. Like, imagine that, like, that horrible person that did these horrible things to you. Like, I'll just come in and get some wine. And yeah, I can see it. I guess I could see him being cordial, but it's just like, oh man, you just think about this. I don't know. I'm glad he's got Wanda, and Wanda seems to make him happy, and all of his Bitcoin. And I just hope he's sitting on millions of dollars of Bitcoin that nobody knows about and that nobody can touch.
Last year, Betsy and I were in Boulder, Colorado for my youngest daughter Olivia's graduation from the University of Colorado. And we had a very good time. Hung out with Olivia, joked about this and that, joked about a woman who wanted us to pay $750 each to attend her daughter's graduation party. And I guess Betsy paid the woman $300 for the party. And I'm like, are you kidding? I paid $0. I just showed up. Who charges people to attend their daughter's graduation party?
That's so weird.
So Betsy and I were joking about that while sipping wine at this party. But honestly, everything seemed fine between us until Maddie launched her video barrage against me a few weeks ago, which was really just out of the blue, out of nowhere. So I had to answer that. Just this past Christmas, we were all having a great time laughing and joking at dinner. But now the girls apparently have rallied around Maddie. I don't see why anybody needs to take sides. Peter's staying out of it. He says he's not following it. Doesn't even really know what's going on.
Good for Peter. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Peter watched this, but you know.
Of course he knows what's going on, but he just wants to stay out of it. So that's basically where things are at the moment. I'm not sure why all this bad feeling is suddenly coming out now. There's really no need for all this negative energy. There never was a need for it. My hope is for everything to go back to the way it was this past Christmas, with everyone happy and getting along. And the way it has been for, well, since 2008 or so.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's him putting some of the moves on with this break. He's got his Bitcoin shirt on. Good for him, man. Look at that. Wow. Smooth moves. Oh, man. In his 60s. Wow. All right. Well, yeah, that's that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, maybe you might want to. I hit the like button, and we got Ben Hart's channel over here. Maybe we'll take a look at some of these comments. This is just insane on like so many damn levels, you know. With more than 3,000 comments here. Oh shit. Let's see. With more than 3,000 comments here, I wish I could answer each of yours personally. Well, 98% of you. Actually, I wish I could hug most of you in person. So many people must have left comments of their sad stories that are like just like his, which is also sad. I had no idea this video would strike such a chord with folks. Many of you have been abused by the system much worse than I have. Well, God, that's hard to imagine, which is how bad he got screwed over. The only difference between me and you is I'm telling the story, or some of it, in public. Most just suffer in silence and are beaten down. Maybe I'll host a gathering sometime soon in some central location, and we can all just hang out for a few days and get to know each other. What do you think about that idea? I'm going to hit the like button on that. Good for him. Good for him trying to create camaraderie here for a bunch of victims, you know, because these people are victims. Shame on that judge. The judge is a disgrace to our judiciary system. Maddie simply wants to be a victim so bad. She is a trust fund baby. This is shameful. The way men are treated in divorce, the ex-wife, daughters, and the judge are disgraceful. Moral of the story, the internet is awesome, but social media is toxic. This lady looks like she's, you know, trying to say some nice things. I am a single mom. I hate women who do this. If your story is 100% true, I think your wife owes you compensation for the shit she has pulled and the lies she told your children. My son's dad has access to him anytime he wants, and he pays $300 a month in a child support. He doesn't help me with anything outside of child support. Well, yeah, you're not entitled to any other help outside of child support. If his dad takes him for a haircut, I typically pay for it. Just an example of I pay for everything. Like, see, we still got to hear about how she's the hero of her own story, but whatever. I am kind, nice, and don't complain about him around our son. You know, whatever. At least there's someone trying out here. The ex is a POS. The daughter is following in her footsteps. This man is unbelievably positive and patient about this nightmarish experience. You could tell he's a good dude. Yeah, he is unbelievably patient. I love that all the inmates of all different backgrounds rally together to brainstorm getting this obvious innocent man out of jail. This man's daughter refuses to take accountability. That's the culture. That's the culture, and they're raised that way. I want to thank you all. Oh, wow. Oh, hold on. Oh, he gives some more background on Wanda, his wife. I want to thank you all for the 99% very supportive and constructive comments here. You should all know that story on my ex is actually way more insane than what I've told here. This probably goes to the cheating. I've held a lot back, which I'll bring out later if necessary. I can't respond to you all individually right away because there are so many comments. I will say I have a great wife now. We've been married for 18 years, no issues. She's not steeped in America's entitled culture. She's a Laotian immigrant who escaped communism. After the communists conquered Laos in 1975, Wanda's mom and oldest daughter planned the family's escape in 1978. This is a similar story to Killing Fields. Being the youngest daughter, Wanda went with her mom. Other family members took their different routes out. The dad stayed in Laos. So he talks about her harrowing journey to get out of Laos, to get to America, and how she's a hard worker and all these amazing things. She mocks the victim mentality so many Americans have, who complain about how tough life is. When ladies come ask why men don't want to commit anymore, this story will explain it. Will explain all. So sorry to see you through this situation, sir. I hope you can beat all of the struggle. After all chaos comes the reward. This story needs to be made into a movie. Everyone needs to know about Judge Alden and Betsy. They absolutely do. Your ex-wife is a gold-digging sorry excuse for a woman and a mother. For her to go to these extremes to stick it to the father of her children is beyond any good moral character. Not only did she try to ruin you, your reputation and your business, but she tried to come between you and your children. The latter is unforgivable. She undoubtedly has filled your girls' heads with stories of how terrible she wants them to think of you. She's a nightmare. Her current husband better watch his back now, as any false move, and she'll be after him too. The judge is a whole other story. She never should have been on the bench. In fact, they should investigate all of her divorce cases for possible misconduct towards men. That's what they need to do. That's what they need to do. Anyways, we're going on 4 hours now. We're going on 4 hours. I should probably calm it down. Oh, man. 2:43. Oh. So I'll probably call it here real soon. I do appreciate everyone who watched and liked the video. We got 9 likes. That's pretty awesome. So thanks for coming in and checking that out. I am also streaming on Twitter. I don't really see any activity there, but I'm not going to stop streaming on Twitter because, you know what? You got to start somewhere when it comes to this, you know. And sometimes it's tough because I'm like, damn, you know, not that many people watch me or whatever, but it's all part of the game. And you just got to keep streaming, you know what I'm saying? And hopefully eventually it grows and gets better. I'd love to have a call-in show eventually. I think, you know, obviously I would need more viewers for that. Maybe someday if we can get up to like 60 viewers at a time or something, that can become a thing. Super chat won't work. Was going to say stay hydrated, Shy. Recommend some electrolytes. Oh, I appreciate that, man. You know, maybe the super chat's not working because I set this to not monetized. I don't like to monetize the stream because I don't want it to force you guys to watch ads. Though I don't even know if it does that. I just tell it not to monetize. That sucks that the super chat doesn't work. But thanks for letting me know. I actually, that'll give me something to look into. So I'll try to figure out why that is. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know if I can even see the damn chat here. Oh shit! Yeah, it worked. Look, the $4 came in. Maybe it's just, look, I can see it here. $4. Thank you, iTribber. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Maybe I can put that to the cigar fund. Well, you did use a super chat to do that, right? Stickers work, but not super chat. Okay, that's good to know. So now I have something to research here and try to figure out. That's actually very, very helpful. So I do appreciate that. I'll probably play some games later. I know I do need to stay hydrated. I didn't drink any water. I'm actually doing Ramadan right now, so I still have another about 5 hours or so until I can drink and eat for the night. And I don't know if you use Twitch, but I also stream video games on Twitch. I haven't really streamed video games in a long time, but YouTube, I mostly do the child support stuff. Maybe someday I'll just stream everything on everything all at once and not care. I just don't want to torture people with video game streams here. You know what I mean? Because I feel like people watch me on YouTube for a completely different reason. Though maybe someday I'll stop caring and just do whatever the hell I want all of the time. Again, I appreciate that $4, man. $4 coming in here. But yeah, so everybody else who's watching voiceover, VO Outlaw, thank you. Mr. Pitt, I appreciate you. If you're a fan of cigars, try Perdomo Reserve 10th Anniversary Churchill. I'll have to give that one a try. Yeah, I like cigars. I always enjoy it, and I'm kind of always hate how much I do enjoy it. One thing I noticed when I smoke, though, I feel like my gums, like I smoke cigars, like if I smoke one at my buddy's house, I get home, I brush my teeth, a lot, get the gums, everything, wash my mouth out, Listerine. But then when I fall asleep the next morning, I feel like there's still a little bit of cigarness coming out of my gums, and I have to wash it again. And it's not really until that evening where I feel like my gums are back to normal. But regardless of that, I do like cigars. YouTube is easier because no ads with premium. I have YouTube Premium, but I know if you have premium, there won't be ads. But I just hesitate to put ads on for people who might discover me, and then all of a sudden they got ads. But if I have to monetize it to be able to get super chats, then I might just have to say the hell with it. The ads need to be here. I mean, you know, especially if there's like 20 people watching or something like that. So hopefully we'll get there someday. I do plan on doing one stream a week. It gets a little tough in the weekdays because I'm working and I'm just tired when I get home. I would love to be able to have a set schedule, but at the very least Sunday, I'll try to, instead of doing Sunday at 10:30, I'll do Sunday at like 12 p.m. because then Trevor, you'll be awake if you have time to watch, you know. It won't be 3 a.m. for you. And maybe it'll make more sense around that time. So anyways, guys, I appreciate you. I'll let you guys go. And maybe next time we can try in the old Collins show and see how that does. Take it easy.